Book 7, Chapter 8 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox. Book 7, Chapter 8. Some reflections very fit, and others very unfit for an assembly room.
"You speak in strange terms," replied Arabella, blushing, "of a princess who, if she was not the most reserved and severe person in the world, was yet nevertheless absolutely chaste. I know there were people who represented her partiality for Ovid in a very unfavourable light, but that ingenious poet, when he related his history to the great Agrippa, told him in confidence all that had passed between him and the Princess Julia, than which nothing could be more innocent, though a little indiscreet. For 'tis certain that she permitted him to love her, and did not condemn him to any rigorous punishment for daring to tell her so. Yet for all this, as I said before, though she was not altogether so austere as she ought to have been, yet she was nevertheless a most virtuous princess."
Mr. Selvin, not daring to contradict a lady whose extensive reading had furnished her with anecdotes unknown almost to anybody else, by his silence confessed her superiority. But Mr. Glanville, who knew all these anecdotes were drawn from romances, which he found contradicted the known facts in history, and assigned the most ridiculous causes for things of the greatest importance, could not help smiling at the facility with which Mr. Selvin gave into those idle absurdities. For notwithstanding his affection of great reading, his superficial knowledge of history made it extremely easy to deceive him, and as it was his custom to mark in his pocket-book all the scraps of history he heard introduced into conversation, and retell them again in other company, he did not doubt but he would make a figure with the curious circumstances Arabella had furnished him with. Arabella, observing Mr. Tinsel by his familiar bows, significant smiles, and easy salutations, was acquainted with the greatest part of the assembly, told him that she did not doubt but he knew the adventures of many persons whom they were viewing, and that he would do her a pleasure if he would relate some of them. Mr. Tinsel was charmed with a request which afforded him an opportunity of gratifying a favourite inclination, and seating himself near her immediately, was beginning to obey her injunctions, when she gracefully entreated him to stay a moment, and calling to Mr. Glanville and his sister, who were talking to Mr. Selvin, asked them if they chose to partake of a more rational amusement than dancing, and listen to the adventures of some illustrious persons, which Mr. Tinsel had promised to relate. "I assure you, madam," said Mr. Glanville, smiling, "you will find that a less innocent amusement than dancing."
"Why so, sir?" replied Arabella, "since it is not an indiscreet curiosity which prompts me to a desire of hearing the histories Mr. Tinsel has promised to entertain me with, but rather a hope of hearing something which may at once improve and delight me. Something which may excite my admiration, engage my esteem, or influence my practice. 'Twas doubtless with such motives as these that we find princesses and ladies of the most illustrious rank, in Clelia and the Grand Cyrus, listening to the adventures of persons in whom they were probably as little interested as we are in these around us. Kings, princes, and commanders of armies, though it was no waste of their time, in the midst of the hurry and clamour of a camp, to listen many hours to the relation of one single history, and not filled with any extraordinary events, but haply a simple recital of common occurrences. The great Cyrus, while he was busy in reducing all Asia to his yoke, heard nevertheless the histories of all the considerable persons in the camp, besides those of strangers, and even his enemies. If there was therefore anything either criminal or mean in hearing the adventures of others, do you imagine so many great and illustrious persons would have given in to such an amusement?" After this Arabella turned gravely about to Mr. Tinsel, and told him he was at liberty to begin his recital. The beau, a little disconcerted by the solemnity with which she requested his information, knew not how to begin with the formality that he saw was required of him, and therefore sat silent for a few moments, which Arabella supposed was to recall to his memory all the passages he proposed to relate. His perplexity would probably have increased instead of lessening by the profound silence which she observed, had not Miss Glanville seated herself with a sprightly air on the other side of him, and directing his eyes to a tall handsome woman that had just entered, asked him pleasantly to tell her history if he knew it. Mr. Tinsel, brought into his usual track by this question,
answered smiling, that the history of that lady was yet a secret, or known but to a very few. But my intelligence, added he, is generally the earliest, and may always be depended on.
Perhaps, said Arabella, the lady is one of your acquaintances, and favoured you with the recital of her adventure from her own mouth.
No, really, madam, answered Mr. Tinsel, surprised at the great simplicity of Arabella, for so he understood it. The lady, I believe, is not so communicative, and to say the truth, I should not choose to hear her adventures from herself, since she certainly would suppress the most material circumstances. In a word, said he, lowering his voice, that lady was for many years the mistress of a young military nobleman, whom she was so complaisant to follow in all his campaigns, marches, sieges, and every inconveniency of war. He married her in Gibraltar, from whence he is lately arrived, and introduced his new lady to his noble brother, by whom she was not unfavourably received. 'Tis worth remarking that this same haughty peer thought fit to resent with implacable obstinacy the marriage of another of his brothers with the widow of a brave officer of considerable rank in the army. 'Tis true she was several years older than the young lord, and had no fortune, but the Duke assigned other reasons for his displeasure. He complained loudly that his brother had dishonoured the nobility of his birth by this alliance, and continued his resentment till the death of the young hero, who gave many remarkable proofs of his courage and fortitude upon several occasions, and died gloriously before the walls of Carthagena, leaving his disconsolate lady a widow a second time, with the acquisition of a title indeed, but a very small addition to her fortune. Observe that gay, splendid lady, I beseech you, madam, pursued he, turning to Arabella, how affectedly she looks and talks, and throws her eyes around the room, with a haughty self-sufficiency in her aspect, an insolent contempt for everything but herself. Her habit, her speech, her motions are all French. Nothing in England is able to please her. The people so dull, so awkwardly polite, the manners so gross, no delicacy, no elegance, no magnificence in their persons, houses, or diversions. Everything is so distasteful, there is no living in such a place. One may crawl about, indeed, she says, and make a shift to breathe in the odious country, but one cannot be said to live, and with all the requisites to render life delightful, here one can only suffer, not enjoy it. Would one not imagine, pursued he, this fine lady was a person of very exalted rank, who has the sanction of birth, riches, and grandeur for her extraordinary pride, and yet she is no other than the daughter of an innkeeper at Spa, and had the exalted post assigned her of attending new lodgers to their apartments, acquainting them with all the conveniences of the place, answering an humble question or two concerning what company was in the town, what scandal was stirring, and the like. One of our great sea commanders going thither for his health, happened to lodge at this inn, and was so struck with her charms that he married her in a few weeks, and soon after brought her to England. Such was the origin of this fantastic lady, whose insupportable pride and ridiculous affection draws contempt and aversion where she appears. Did I not tell you, madam, interrupted Mr. Glanville, that the amusement you had chose was not so innocent as dancing? What a deal of scandal has Mr. Tinsel uttered in the compass of a few minutes!
I assure you, replied Arabella, I know not what to make of the histories he has been relating. I think they do not deserve that name, and are rather detached pieces of satire on particular persons than a serious relation of facts. I confess my expectations from this gentleman have not been answered.
I think, however, madam, said Mr. Glanville, we may allow that there is a negative merit in the relations Mr. Tinsel has made, for, if he has not shown us anything to approve, he has at least shown us what to condemn.
The ugliness of vice, replied Arabella, ought only to be represented to the vicious, to whom satire, like a magnifying glass, may aggravate every defect, in order to make its deformity appear more hideous. But since its end is only to reprove and amend, it should never be addressed to any but those who come within its correction, and may be the better for it. A virtuous mind need not be shown the deformity of vice to make it be hated and avoided. The more pure and uncorrupted our ideas are, the less shall we be influenced by example. A natural propensity to virtue or vice often determines the choice. 'Tis sufficient, therefore, to show a good mind what it ought to pursue, though a bad one must be told what to avoid. In a word, one ought to be always incited, the other always restrained.
I vow, Lady Bella, said Miss Glanville, you'd make one think one came here to hear a sermon.
You are so very grave, and talk upon such high-flown subjects. What harm was there in what Mr. Tinsel was telling us? It would be hard indeed if one might not divert one's self with other people's faults." "I am afraid, miss," said Arabella, "those who can divert themselves with the faults of others are not behindhand in affording diversion, and that very inclination," added she, smilingly, "to hear other people's faults, may by those very people be condemned as one, and afford them the same kind of ill-natured pleasure you are so desirous of." "Nay, madam," returned Miss Glanville, "your ladyship was the first who introduced the discourse you condemn so much. Did not you desire Mr. Tinsel to tell you the histories about the company, and ask my brother and me to come and hear them?" "'Tis true," replied Arabella, "that I did desire you to partake with me of a pleasing and rational amusement, for such I imagined Mr. Tinsel's histories might afford. Far from a detail of vices, follies, and irregularities, I expected to have heard the adventures of some illustrious personages related, between whose actions, and those of the heroes and heroines of antiquity, I might have found some resemblance. For instance, I hoped to have heard imitated the sublime courage of Clelia, who, to save her honour from the attempts of the impious Tarquin, leapt into the river Tiber, and swam to the other side; or the noble resolution of the incomparable Candace, who, to escape out of the hands of her ravisher, the pirate Zenodorus, set fire to his vessel with her own hands, and committed herself to the mercy of the waves; or the constancy and affection of a Mandana, who, for the sake of Osiris, refused the richest crowns in the world, and braved the terrors of death to preserve herself for him. As for the men, I hoped to have heard of some who might have almost equalled the great Oroondates, the invincible Artaban, the valiant Juba, the renowned Alcamenes, and many thousand heroes of antiquity whose glorious exploits in war, and unshaken constancy in love, have given them an immortal fame." While Arabella was uttering this long speech, with great emotion, Miss Glanville, with a fly look at the beau, gave him to understand that was her cousin's foible. Mr. Tinsel, however, not able to comprehend the meaning of what she said, listened to her with many signs of perplexity and wonder. Mr. Selvyn in secret repined at her prodigious knowledge of history, and Mr. Glanville, with his eyes fixed on the ground, bit his lips almost through with madness. In the meantime, several among the company, desirous of hearing what the strange lady was saying so loud, and with so much eagerness and emotion, gathered round them, which Mr. Glanville observing, and fearing Arabella would expose herself still farther, whispered his sister to get her away if possible. Miss Glanville, though very unwilling, obeyed his injunctions, and complaining of a sudden headache, Arabella immediately proposed retiring, which was joyfully complied with by Mr. Glanville, who with the other gentlemen attended them home. End of Book 7, Chapter 8.
Book 7, Chapter 9 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox, Book 7, Chapter 9. Being a chapter of the satirical kind. At their return, Sir Charles told his niece that she had now had a specimen of the world, and some of the fashionable amusements, and asked her how she had been entertained. "Why, truly, sir," replied she, smiling, "I have brought away no great relish for a renewal of the amusement I have partaken of to-night. If the world, in which you seem to think I am but new initiated, affords only these kinds of pleasures, I shall very soon regret the solitude and books I have quitted." "Why, pray," said Miss Glanville, "what kind of amusements did your ladyship expect to find in the world? And what was there disagreeable in your entertainment to-night? I am sure there is no place in England, except London, where there is so much good company to be met with, as here. The assembly was very numerous and brilliant, and one can be at no loss for amusements. The pump room in the morning, the parade, and the rooms in the evening, with little occasional parties of pleasure, will find one sufficient employment, and leave none of one's time to lie useless upon one's hand. "I am of opinion," replied Arabella, "that one's time is far from being well employed in the manner you portion it out; and people who spend theirs in such trifling amusements must certainly live to very little purpose. What room, I pray you, does a lady give for high and noble adventures, who consumes her days in dressing, dancing, listening to songs, and ranging the walks with people as thoughtless as herself? How mean and contemptible a figure must a life spent in such idle amusements make in history! Or rather, are not such persons always buried in oblivion, and can any pen be found who would condescend to record such inconsiderable actions? Nor can I persuade myself," added she, "that any of those men whom I saw at the assembly, with figures so feminine, voices so soft, such tripping steps and unmeaning gestures, have ever signalized either their courage or constancy, but might be overcome by their enemy in battle, or be false to their mistress in love." "Law, cousin," replied Miss Glanville, "you are always talking of battles and fighting. Do you expect that persons of quality and fine gentlemen will go the wars? What business have they to fight? That belongs to the officers." "Then every fine gentleman is an officer," said Arabella, "and some other title ought to be found out for men who do nothing but dance and dress." "I could never have imagined," interrupted Mr. Tinsel, surveying Arabella, "that a lady so elegant and gay in her own appearance should have an aversion to pleasure and magnificence." "I assure you, sir," replied Arabella, "I have an aversion to neither. On the contrary, I am a great admirer of both. But my ideas of amusement and grandeur are probably different than yours. I will allow the ladies to be solicitous about their habits, and dress with all the care and elegance they are capable of; but such trifles are below the consideration of a man, who ought not to owe the dignity of his appearance to the embroidery on his coat, but to his high and noble air, the grandeur of his courage, the elevation of his sentiments, and the many heroic actions he has performed. Such a man will dress his person with a graceful simplicity, and lavish all his gold and embroidery upon his armour, to render him conspicuous in the day of battle. The plumes in his helmet will look more graceful in the field, than the feather in his hat at a ball; and jewels blaze with more propriety on his shield and cuirass in battle, than glittering on his finger in a dance. Do not imagine, however," pursued she, "that I absolutely condemn dancing, and think it a diversion wholly unworthy of a hero. History has recorded some very famous balls, at which the most illustrious persons in the world have appeared. Cyrus the Great, we are informed, opened a ball with the divine Mandana at Sardi. The renowned king of Scythia danced with the Princess Cleopatra at Alexandria; the brave Cleomedon with the fair Candace of Ethiopia. But these diversions were taken out seldom, and considered indeed as an amusement, not as a part of the business of life. How would so many glorious battles have been fought, cities taken, ladies rescued, and other great and noble adventures been achieved, if the men, sunk in sloth and effeminacy, had continually followed the sound of a fiddle, sauntered in public walks, and tattled over a tea table? "I vow, cousin," said Miss Glanville, "you are infinitely more severe in your censures than Mr. Tinsel was at the assembly. You had little reason, methinks, to be angry with him." "All I have said," replied Arabella, "were the natural inference from your own account of the manner in which people live here. When actions are a censure upon themselves, the reciter will always be considered as a satirist." End of Book 7, Chapter 9.
Book 7, Chapter 10 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox. Book 7, Chapter 10, in which our heroine justifies her own notions by some very illustrious examples. Mr. Selwyn and Mr. Tinsel, who had listened attentively to this discourse of Arabella, took leave as soon as it was ended, and went away with very different opinions of her. Mr. Tinsel declaring she was a fool, and had no knowledge of the world, and Mr. Selwyn convinced she was a wit, and very learned in antiquity. "Certainly," said Mr. Selwyn, in support of his opinion. "The lady has great judgment, has been capable of prodigious application, as is apparent by her extensive reading. Then her memory is quite miraculous. I protest, I am quite charmed with her. I never met with such a woman in my life." "Her cousin, in my opinion," replied Mr. Tinsel, "is infinitely beyond her in every merit but beauty. How sprightly and free her conversation! What a thorough knowledge of the world! So true a taste for polite amusements, and a fund of spirits that sets vapour and spleen at defiance." This speech bringing on a comparison between the ladies, the champions for each grew so warm in the dispute that they had like to have quarrelled. However, by the interposition of some other gentlemen who were with them, they parted tolerable friends that night, and renewed their visits to Sir Charles in the morning. They found only Miss Glanville with her father and brother. Arabella generally spent the mornings in her own chamber, where reading and the labours of the toilet employed her time till dinner, though it must be confessed to her honour that the latter engrossed but a very small part of it. Miss Glanville, with whom the beau had a long conversation at one of the windows, in which he recounted his dispute with Mr. Selwyn, and the danger he ran of being pinked in a duel (that was his phrase) for her sake, at last proposed a walk, to which she consented, and engaged to prevail upon Arabella to accompany them. That lady at first positively refused, alleging in excuse that she was so extremely interested in the fate of the Princess Melisintha, whose story she was reading, that she could not stir till she had finished it. "That poor princess," continued she, "is at present in a most terrible situation. She has just set fire to the palace, in order to avoid the embraces of a king who forced her to marry him. I am in pain to know how she escapes the flames." "Pshaw!" interrupted Miss Glanville. "Let her perish there if she will. Don't let her hinder our walk." "Who is it you doom with so much cruelty to perish?" said Arabella, closing the book, and looking steadfastly on her cousin. "Is it the beautiful Melisintha, that princess, whose fortitude and patience have justly rendered her the admiration of the whole world? That princess, descended from a race of heroes, whose heroic virtues all glowed in her own beauteous breast? That princess who, when taken captive with the king her father, bore her imprisonment and chains with a marvellous constancy, and who, when she enslaved her conqueror, and given fetters to the prince who held her father and herself in bonds, nobly refused the diadem he proffered her, and devoted herself to destruction in order to punish the enemy of her house. I am not able to relate the rest of her history, seeing I have read no further myself, but if you will be pleased to sit down and listen to me while I read what remains, I am persuaded you will find a new princess." "Pardon me, madam," said Miss Glanville, "I have heard enough, and I could have been very well satisfied not to have heard so much. I think we waste a great deal of time talking about people we know nothing of. The morning will be quite lost if we don't make haste. Come," added she, "you must go. You have a new lover below, who waits to go with us. He'll die if I don't bring you." "A new lover?" returned Arabella, surprised. "Ay, ay," said Miss Glanville, "the learned Mr. Selwyn. I assure you he had almost quarrelled with Mr. Tinsel last night about your ladyship." Arabella at this intelligence, casting down her eyes, discovered many signs of anger and confusion, and after a silence of some moments, during which Miss Glanville had been employed in adjusting her dress at the glass, addressing herself to her cousin with an accent somewhat less sweet than before. "Had any other than yourself, miss," said she, "acquainted me with the presumption of that unfortunate person, I should happily have discovered my resentment in other terms. But as it is, I must inform you that I take it extremely ill you should be accessory to giving me this offence." "Heyday!" said Miss Glanville, turning about hastily. "How have I offended your ladyship, pray?" "I am willing to hope, cousin," replied Arabella, "that it was only to divert yourself with the trouble and confusion in which you see me, that you have indiscreetly told things which ought to have been buried in silence." "And what is all this mighty trouble and confusion about then, madam?" said Miss Glanville, smiling. "It is because I told you Mr. Selwyn was a lover of your ladyship?" "Certainly," said Arabella, "such an information is sufficient to give one a great deal of perplexity. Is it such a little matter, think you, to be told that a man has the presumption to love one?" "A mere trifle," replied Miss Glanville, laughing. "100 lovers are not worth a moment's thought, when one's sure of them, for then the trouble is all over. And as for this unfortunate person, as your ladyship called him, let him die at his leisure while we go to the parade."
Your levity, cousin, said Arabella, forces me to smile, notwithstanding the cause I have to be incensed. However, I have charity enough to make me not desire the death of Mr. Selwyn, who may repair the crime he has been guilty of by repentance and discontinuation. Well then, said Miss Glanville, you are resolved to go to the parade. Shall I reach you your odd kind of capuchin? How, said Arabella, can I with any propriety see a man who has discovered himself to have a passion for me? Will he not construe such a favour into a permission for him to hope? Oh no, interrupted Miss Glanville, he does not imagine I have told your ladyship he loves you, for indeed he don't know that I am acquainted with his passion. Then he is less culpable than I thought him, replied Arabella, and if you think I am in no danger of hearing a confession of his fault from his own mouth, I'll comply with your request, and go with you to parade. But, added she, I must first engage you to promise not to leave me alone a moment, lest he should take advantage of such an opportunity to give some hint of his passion that would force me to treat him very rigorously. Miss Glanville answered laughing that she would be sure to mind her directions. However, said she, your ladyship need not be apprehensive he will say any fine things to you, for I knew a young lady he was formerly in love with, and the odious creature visited her a twelvemonth before he found courage enough to tell her she was handsome. Doubtless, replied Arabella, he was much to be commended for his respect. A lover should never have the presumption to declare his passion to his mistress, unless in certain circumstances, which may at the same time in part disarm her anger. For instance, he must struggle with the violence of his passion till it has cast him into a fever. His physicians must give him over, pronouncing his distemper incurable, since the cause of it being in his mind, all their art is incapable of removing it. Thus he must suffer, rejoicing at the approach of death, which will free him from all his torments, without violating the respect he owes to the divine object of his flame. At length, when he has but a few hours to live, his mistress, with many signs of compassion, conjures him to tell her the cause of his despair. The lover, conscious of his crime, evades all her inquiries, but the lady laying at last a peremptory command upon him to disclose the secret, he dares not disobey her, and acknowledges his passion with the utmost contrition for having offended her, bidding her take the small remainder of his life to expiate his crime, and finishes his discourse by falling into a swoon. The lady is touched at his condition, commands him to live, and if necessary, permits him to hope. This is the most common way in which such declarations are, and ought to be brought about. However, there are others, which are as well calculated for sparing a lady's confusion, and deprecating her wrath. The lover, for example, like the prince of the Massagetes, after having buried his passion in silence for many years, may chance to be walking with his confidant in a retired place, to whom, with a deluge of tears, he relates the excess of his passion and despair, and while he is thus unbosoming his griefs, not in the least suspecting he is overheard, his princess, who had been listening to him in much trouble and confusion, by some little rustling she makes, unawares discovers herself. The surprised lover throws himself at her feet, begs pardon for his rashness, observes that he had never presumed to discover his passion to her, and implores her leave to die before her, as a punishment for his undesigned offence. The method which the great Artamenes took to let the Princess of Media know he adored her was not less respectful. This valiant prince, who had long loved her, being to fight a great battle, in which he had some secret presages he should fall, which however deceived him, wrote a long letter to the divine Mandana, wherein he discovered his passion, and the resolution his respect had inspired him with, to consume in silence, and never presume to disclose his love while he lived, acquainting her that he had ordered that letter not to be delivered to her, till it was certainly known that he was dead. Accordingly he received several wounds in the fight, which brought him to the ground, and his body not being found, they concluded it was in the enemy's possession. His faithful squire, who had received his instructions before the battle, hastens to the princess, who, with all the court, is mightily affected at his death. He presents her the letter, which she makes no scruple to receive, since the writer is no more. She reads it, and her whole soul is melted with compassion. She bewails his fate with the most tender and affectionate marks of grief. Her confidant asks why she is so much affected, since in all probability she would not have pardoned him for loving her, had he been alive. She acknowledges the truth of her observation, takes notice that his death having cancelled his crime, his respectful passion alone employs her thoughts. she is resolved to bewail as innocent and worthy of compassion when dead, whom living she would treat as a criminal, and insinuates that her heart had entertained an affection for him. Her confidant treasures up this hint, and endeavours to console her, but in vain, till news is brought that Artomenes, who had been carried for dead out of the field, and by a very surprising adventure concealed all this time, is returned. The princess is covered with confusion, and though glad he is alive, resolves to banish him for his crime. Her confidant pleads his cause so well that she consents to see him, and since he can no longer conceal his passion, he confirms the confession in his letter, humbly begging pardon for being still alive. The princess, who cannot plead ignorance of his passion, nor deny the sorrow she testified for his death, condescends to pardon him, and he is also permitted to hope. In like manner the great Prince of Persia— "Does your ladyship consider how late it is?" interrupted Miss Glanville, who had hitherto very impatiently listened to her. "Don't let us keep the gentleman waiting any longer for us." "I must inform you how the Prince of Persia declared his love for the incomparable Berenice," said Arabella. "Another time, dear cousin," said Miss Glanville. "Methinks we have talked long enough upon this subject." "I am sorry the time has seemed so tedious to you," said Arabella, smiling, "and therefore I'll trespass no longer upon your patience." Then ordering Lucy to bring her hat and gloves, she went downstairs, followed by Miss Glanville, who was greatly disappointed at her not putting on her veil. End of Book 7, Chapter 10.
Book 7, Chapter 11 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox, Book 7, Chapter 11, in which our heroine, being mistaken herself, gives occasion for a great many other mistakes. As soon as the ladies entered the room, Mr. Selwyn, with more gaiety than usual, advanced towards Arabella, who put on so cold and severe a countenance at his approach that the poor man, extremely confused, drew back, and remained in great perplexity, fearing he had offended her. Mr. Tinsel, seeing Mr. Selwyn's reception, and awed by the becoming majesty in her person, notwithstanding all his assurance, accosted her with less confidence than was his custom. But Arabella, softening her looks with the most engaging smiles, made an apology for detaining them so long from the parade, gave her hand to the beau as being not a suspected person, and permitted him to lead her out. Mr. Glanville, to whom she always allowed the preference on those occasions, being a little indisposed and not able to attend her. Mr. Tinsel, whose vanity was greatly flattered by the preference Arabella gave him to his companion, proceeded, according to his usual custom, to examine her looks and behaviour with more care, conceiving such a preference must proceed from a latent motive which was not unfavourable to him. His discernment on these occasions being very surprising, he soon discovered in the bright eyes of Arabella a secret approbation of his person, which he endeavoured to increase by displaying it with all the address he was master of, and did not fail to talk her into an opinion of his wit by ridiculing everybody that passed them, and directing several studied compliments to herself. Miss Glanville, who was not so agreeably entertained by the grave Mr. Selwyn, saw these advances to a gallantry with her cousin with great disturbance. She was resolved to interrupt it if possible, and being convinced Mr. Selwyn preferred Arabella's conversation to hers, she plotted how to pair them together and have the beau to herself. As they walked a few paces behind her cousin and Mr. Tinsel, she was in no danger of being overheard, and taking occasion to put Mr. Selwyn in mind of Arabella's behaviour to him when he accosted her, she asked him if he was conscious of having done anything to offend her. "I protest, madam," replied Mr. Selwyn, "I know not of anything I have done to displease her. I never failed, to my knowledge, in my respects toward her ladyship, for whom, indeed, I have a most profound veneration." "I know so much of her temper," resumed Miss Glanville, "as to be certain, if she has taken it into her head to be angry with you, she will be 10 times more so at your indifference; and if you hope for her favor, you must ask her pardon with the most earnest submission imaginable." "If I knew I had offended her," replied Mr. Selwyn, "I would very willingly ask her pardon; but really, since I have not been guilty of any fault towards her ladyship, I don't know how to acknowledge it." "Well," said Miss Glanville coldly, "I only took the liberty to give you some friendly advice, which you may follow or not, as you please. I know my cousin is angry at something, and I wish you were friends again. That's all." "I am mightily obliged to you, madam," said Mr. Selwyn, "and since you assure me her ladyship is angry, I'll ask her pardon, though really, as I said before, I don't know for what." "Well," interrupted Miss Glanville, "we'll join them at the end of the parade, and to give you an opportunity speaking to my cousin, I'll engage Mr. Tensel myself." Mr. Selwyn, who thought himself greatly obliged to Miss Glanville for her good intentions, though in reality she had a view of exposing of her cousin as well as an inclination to engage Mr. Tensel, took courage as they turned to get on the other side of Arabella, whom he had not dared before to approach, while Miss Glanville, addressing a whisper of no great importance to her cousin, parted her from the beau, and slackening her pace a little, fell into a particular discourse with him, which Arabella, being too polite to interrupt, remained in a very perplexing situation, dreading every moment that Mr. Selwyn would explain himself. Alarmed at his silence, yet resolved to interrupt him if he began to speak, and afraid of beginning a conversation first, lest he should construe it to his advantage, Mr. Selwyn, being naturally timid in the company of ladies, the circumstance of disgrace which he was in with Arabella, her silence and reserve, so added to his accustomed diffidence, that though he endeavored several times to speak, he was not able to bring out anything but a preluding "hem," which he observed, to his extreme confusion, seemed always to increase Arabella's constraint. Indeed, that lady, upon any suspicion that he was going to break his mysterious silence, always contracted her brow into a frown, cast down her eyes with an air of perplexity, endeavored to hide her blushes with her fan, and, to show her inattention, directed her looks to the countryside. The lady and gentleman being in equal confusion, no advances were made on either side towards a conversation, and they had reached almost the end of the parade in an uninterrupted silence, when Mr. Selwyn, fearing he should never again have so good an opportunity of making his peace, collected all his resolution, and with an accent trembling under the importance of the speech he was going to make, began, "Madam, since I have had the honor of walking with your ladyship, I have observed so many signs of constraint in your manner that I hardly dare to entreat you to grant me a moment's hearing while I—" "Sir," interrupted Arabella, "before you go any further, I must inform you that what you are going to say will mortally offend me. Take heed, then, how you commit an indiscretion which will force me to treat you very rigorously." "If your ladyship will not allow me to speak in my own justification," said Mr. Selwyn, "yet I hope you will not refuse to tell me my offense, since I—" "You are very confident indeed," interrupted Arabella again, "to suppose I will repeat what would be infinitely grievous for me to hear. Against my will," pursued she, "I must give you the satisfaction to know that I am not ignorant of your crime, but I also assure you that I am highly incensed, and that not only with the thoughts you have dared entertain of me, but likewise with your presumption in going about to disclose them." Mr. Selwyn, whom the seeming contradictions in this speech astonished, yet imagined in general it hinted at the dispute between him and Mr. Tensel, and supposing the story had been told to his disadvantage, which was the cause of her anger, replied in great emotion at the injustice done him, "Since some one has been so officious to acquaint your ladyship with an affair which ought to have been kept from your knowledge, 'tis a pity they did not inform you that Mr. Tensel was the person that had the least respect for your ladyship, and is more worthy of your resentment." "If Mr. Tensel," replied Arabella, "is guilty of any offence like yours, yet since he has concealed it better, he is less culpable than you, and you have done that for him which haply he would never have had courage enough to do for himself as long as he lived." Poor Selwyn, quite confounded at these intricate words, would have begged her to explain herself had she not silenced him with a dreadful frown, and making a stop till Miss Glanville and Mr. Tensel came up to them, she told her cousin with a peevish accent that she had performed her promise very ill, and whispered her that she was to blame for all the mortifications she had suffered. Mr. Tensel, supposing the alteration in Arabella's humour proceeded from being so long deprived of his company, endeavoured to make her amends by a profusion of compliments, which she received with such an air of displeasure that the beau, vexed at the ill success of his gallantry, told her he was afraid Mr. Selwyn's gravity had infected her ladyship. "Say rather," replied Arabella, "that his indiscretion has offended me." Mr. Tensel, charmed with this beginning confidence, which confirmed his hopes of having made some impression on her heart, conjured her very earnestly to tell him how Mr. Selwyn had offended her. "'Tis sufficient," resumed she, "that I tell you he has offended me, without declaring the nature of his crime, since doubtless it has not escaped your observation, which, if I may believe him, is not wholly disinterested. To confess yet more, 'tis true that he hath told me something concerning you, which—" "Let me perish, madam," interrupted the beau, "if one syllable he has said be true." "How?" said Arabella, a little disconcerted. "Will you always persist in a denial, then?" "Deny it, madam?" returned Mr. Tensel. "I'll deny what he has said with my last breath. 'Tis all a scandalous forgery. No man living is less likely to think of your ladyship in that manner. If you knew my thoughts, madam, you would be convinced nothing is more impossible, and—" "Sir," interrupted Arabella, extremely mortified, "methinks you are very eager in your justification. I promise you I do not think you guilty of the offence he charged you with. If I did, you would happily experience my resentment in such a manner as would make you repent of your presumption." Arabella, in finishing these words, interrupted Miss Glanville's discourse with Mr. Selwyn, to tell her she desired to return home, to which that young lady, who had not been at all pleased with the morning's walk, consented. End of Book 7, Chapter 11. Book 7, Chapter 12 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox, Book 7, Chapter 12, in which our heroine reconciles herself to a mortifying incident by recollecting an adventure in a romance similar to her own. As soon as the ladies were come to their lodgings, Arabella went up to her own apartment to meditate upon what had passed, and Miss Glanville retired to dress for dinner, while the two gentlemen, who thought they had great reason to be dissatisfied with each other on account of Lady Bella's behaviour, went to a coffee-house, in order to come to some explanation about it. "Well, sir," said the beau, with a sarcastic air, "I am greatly obliged to you for the endeavours you have used to ruin me in Lady Bella's opinion. Rat me, if it is not the greatest misfortune in the world to give occasion to envy." "Envy, sir?" interrupted Mr. Selwyn. I protest I do really admire your great skill in stratagems, but I do not envy you the possession of it. You have, indeed, very wittily contrived to put my own sentiments of that lady, which you delivered so freely the other night, into my mouth. 'Twas a masterpiece of cunning indeed, and, as I said before, I admire your skill prodigiously." "I don't know what you mean," replied Tinsel. "You talk in riddles. Did you not yourself acquaint Lady Bella with the preference I gave Miss Glanville to her? What would you propose by such a piece of treachery? You have ruined all my hopes by it. The lady resents it excessively, and 'tis no wonder. Faith, it must certainly mortify her. Upon my soul, I can never forgive thee for so malapropos a discovery." "Forgive me, sir," replied Selvin in a rage. "I don't want your forgiveness. I have done nothing unbecoming a man of honour. The lady was so prejudiced by your insinuations that she would not give me leave to speak. Otherwise I would have fully informed her of her mistake, that she might have known how much she was obliged to you." "So she would not hear thee," interrupted Denzil, laughing. "Dear soul, how very kind was that! Faith, I don't know how it is, but I am very lucky without deserving to be so. Thou art a witness for me, Frank. I took no great pains to gain this fine creature's heart, but it was damned malicious, though, to attempt to make discoveries. I see she is a little piqued, but I'll set all to rights again with a billet doux. I have an excellent hand, though I say it, at a billet doux. I never knew one of mine to fail in my life." "Harkye, sir," said Selvin, whispering, "any more attempts to shift your sentiments upon me, and you shall hear of it. In the meantime, be assured I'll clear myself and put the saddle upon the right horse." "Demmy, if thou art not a queer fellow," said Denzil, endeavouring to hide his discomposure at this threat upon a forced laugh. Selvin, without making any reply, retired to write to Arabella, which Denzil, suspecting, resolved to be beforehand with him, and without leaving the coffee house called for paper and wrote a billet to her, which he dispatched away immediately. The messenger had just got admittance to Lucy when another arrived from Selvin. They both presented their letters, but Lucy refused them, saying her lady would turn her away if she received such sort of letters. "Such sort of letters?" returned Tensil's man. "Why, do you know what they contain, then?" "To be sure I do," replied Lucy. "They are love letters, and my lady has charged me never to receive any more." "Well," replied Selvin's servant, "you may take my letter, for my master desired me to tell you it was about business of consequence, which your lady must be acquainted with." "Since you assure me it is not a love letter, I'll take it," said Lucy. "And pray take mine too," said Tinsel's Mercury, "for I assure you it is not a love letter neither. It's only a billet doux." "Are you sure of that?" replied Lucy. "Because I may venture to take it, I fancy, if it's what you say." "I'll swear it," said the man, delivering it to her. "Well," said she, receiving it, "I'll take them both up. But what did you call this?" pursued she. "I must not forget it, or else my lady will think it a love letter." "A billet doux," said the man. Lucy, for fear she should forget, repeated the words billet doux several times as she went upstairs. But entering her lady's apartment, she, perceiving the letters in her hand, asked her so sternly how she durst presume to bring them into her presence, that the poor girl in her fright forgot the lesson she had been conning, and endeavouring to recall it into her memory, took no notice of her lady's question, which she repeated several times, but to no purpose. Arabella, surprised at her inattention, reiterated her commands in a tone somewhat louder than usual, asking her at the same time why she did not obey her immediately. "Indeed, madam," replied Lucy, "your ladyship would not order me to take back the letters if you knew what they were. They are not love letters. I was resolved to be sure of that before I took them. This, madam, is a letter about business of consequence, and the other, oh dear, I can't think what the man called it, but it is not a love letter, indeed, madam." "You are a simple wench," said Arabella, smiling. "You may depend upon it, all letters directed to me must contain matters of love and gallantry, and those I am not permitted to receive." "Take them away, then, immediately. But stay," pursued she, seeing she was about to obey her. "One of them, you say, was delivered to you as a letter of consequence?" "Perhaps it is so." "Indeed, it may contain an advertisement of some design to carry me away." "How do I know but Mr. Selwyn, incited by his love and despair, may intend to make such an attempt? Give me that letter, Lucy. I am resolved to open it. As for the other, yet who knows but the other may also bring me warning of the same danger from another quarter? The pains Mr. Tensel took to conceal his passion, nay, almost as I think to deny it, amounts to a proof that he is meditating some way to make sure of me. 'Tis certainly so. Give me that letter, Lucy. I should be accessory to their intended violence if I neglected this timely discovery." "Well," cried she, taking one of the letters, "this is exactly like what happened to the beautiful Princess of Cappadocia, who, like me, in one and the same day, received advice that two of her lovers intended to carry her off." As she pronounced these words, Miss Glanville entered the room, to whom Arabella immediately recounted the adventure of the letters, telling her she did not doubt but they contained a discovery of some conspiracy to carry her away. "And whom does your ladyship suspect of such a strange design, pray?" said Miss Glanville, smiling. "At present," replied Arabella, "the two cavaliers who walked with us to day are the persons who seem the most likely to attempt that violence." "I dare answer for Mr. Tensel," replied Miss Glanville. "He thinks of no such thing." "Well," said Arabella, "to convince you of your mistake, I must inform you that Mr. Selwyn, having the presumption to begin a declaration of love to me in the parade this morning, I reproved him severely for his want of respect, and threatened him with my displeasure. In the rage of his jealousy at seeing me treat Mr. Tensel well, he discovered to me that he also was as criminal as himself, in order to oblige me to a severer usage of him." "So he told you Mr. Tensel was in love with you?" interrupted Miss Glanville. "He told it me in other words," replied Arabella, "for he said Mr. Tensel was guilty of that offence which I resented so severely to him." Miss Glanville, beginning to comprehend the mystery with great difficulty, forbore laughing at her cousin's mistake, for she well knew the offence Mr. Selwyn hinted at, and desirous of knowing what those letters contained, she begged her to delay opening them no longer. Arabella, pleased at her solicitude, opened one of the letters, but glancing her eye to the bottom, and seeing the name of Selwyn, she threw it hastily upon the table, and averting her eyes, "What a mortification have I avoided!" said she. "That letter is from Selwyn, and questionless contains an avowal of his crime." "Nay, you must read it," cried Miss Glanville, taking it up. "Since you have opened it, it's the same thing. You can never persuade him but you have seen it. However, to spare your nicety, I'll read it to you," which accordingly she did, and found it as follows: "Madam, I know not what insinuations have been made use of to persuade you I was guilty of the offence which with justice occasioned your resentment this morning. But I assure you nothing was ever more false. My thoughts of your ladyship are very different, and full of the profoundest respect and veneration. I have reason to suspect Mr. Tensel is the person who has thus endeavoured to prejudice me with your ladyship. Therefore I am excusable if I tell you that those very sentiments, too disrespectful to be named, which he would persuade you are mine, he discovered himself. He then, madam, is the person guilty of that offence he so falsely lays to the charge of him, who is with the utmost respect and esteem, madam, your ladyship's most obedient and most humble servant, F. Selwyn." "How's this?" cried Miss Glanville. "Why, madam, you are certainly mistaken. You see, Mr. Selwyn utterly denies the crime of loving you. He has suffered very innocently in your opinion, Indeed, your ladyship was too hasty in condemning him." "If what he says be true," replied Arabella, who had been in extreme confusion, while a letter so different from what she expected was reading, "I have indeed unjustly condemned him. Nevertheless, I am still inclined to believe this is all artifice, and that he is really guilty of entertaining a passion for me." "But why should he take so much pains to deny it, madam?" said Miss Glanville. "Methinks that looks very odd." "Not at all," interrupted Arabella, whose spirits were raised by recollecting an adventure in her romance similar to this. "Mr. Selwyn has fallen upon the very same stratagem with Ceramines, who, being in love with the beautiful Cleobeline, Princess of Corinth, took all imaginable pains to conceal his passion, in order to be near that fair princess, who would have banished him from her presence had she known he was in love with her. Nay, he went so far in his dissimulation as to pretend love to one of the ladies of her court, so that his passion for the princess might be the less taken notice of. In these cases, therefore, the more resolutely a man denies his passion, the more pure and violent it is." "Then Mr. Selwyn's passion is certainly very violent," replied Miss Glanville, "for he denies it very resolutely, and I believe none but your ladyship would have discovered his artifice. But shall we not open the other letter? I have a strong notion it comes from Tinsel." "For that very reason I would not be acquainted with the contents," replied Arabella. "You see, Mr. Selwyn accuses him of being guilty of that offence which he denies. I shall doubtless meet with a confirmation of his love in that letter. Do not, I beseech you," added she, seeing her cousin preparing to open the letter, "expose me to the pain of hearing a presumptuous declaration of love. Nay," pursued she, rising in great emotion, "if you are resolved to persecute me by reading it, I'll endeavour to get out of the hearing of it." "You shan't, I declare," said Miss Glanville, laughing and holding her. "I'll oblige you to hear it." "I vow, cousin," said Arabella, smiling, "you use me just as the Princess Cleopatra did the fair and wise Antonia. However, if by this you mean to do any kindness to the unfortunate person who wrote that billet, you are greatly mistaken, since if you oblige me to listen to a declaration of his crime, you will lay me under a necessity to banish him, a sentence he would have avoided while I remained ignorant of it." To this Miss Glanville made no other reply than by opening the billet, the contents of which may be found in the following chapter. End of Book 7, Chapter 12. Book 7, Chapter 13 of the Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is the Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox, Book 7, Chapter 13, in which our heroine's extravagance will be thought perhaps to be carried to an extravagant length. Madam, I had the honour to assure you this morning on the parade that the insinuations Mr. Selwyn made use of to rob me of my superlative happiness of your esteem were entirely false and groundless. May the beams of your bright eyes never shine on me more, if there is any truth in what he said to prejudice me with your ladyship. If I am permitted to attend you to the rooms this evening, I hope to convince you that it was absolutely impossible I could have been capable of such a crime, who am, with the most profound respect, your ladyship's most devoted, etc., D. Tinsel. "Well, madam," said Miss Glanville, when she had read this epistle, "I fancy you need not pronounce a sentence of banishment upon poor Mr. Tinsel. He seems to be quite innocent of the offence your ladyship suspects him of." "Why, really," returned Arabella, blushing with extreme confusion at this second disappointment, "I am greatly perplexed to know how I ought to act on this occasion. I am much in the same situation with the Princess Serena, for you must know this princess—" Here Lucy, entering, informed the ladies dinner was served. "I shall defer until another opportunity," said Arabella, upon this interruption, "the relation of the Princess Serena's adventures, which you will find," added she in a low voice, "bears a very great resemblance to mine." Miss Glanville replied she would hear it whenever she pleased, and then followed Arabella to the dining room. The cloth was scarcely removed when Mr. Selwyn came in. Arabella blushed at his appearance, and discovered so much perplexity in her behaviour that Mr. Selwyn was apprehensive he had not yet sufficiently justified himself, and therefore took the first opportunity to approach her. "I shall think myself very unhappy, madam," said he, bowing, "if the letter I did myself the honour to write you this morning—" "Sir," interrupted Arabella, "I perceive you are going to forget the contents of that letter, and preparing again to offend me by a presumptuous declaration of love." "Who, I, madam?" replied he in great astonishment and confusion. I protest, though I have very great respect for your ladyship, yet I never presumed to—" "You have presumed too much," replied Arabella, "and I should forget what I owed to my own glory if I furnished you with any more occasions of offending me. Know then, I absolutely forbid you to appear before me again, at least till I am convinced you have changed your sentiments." Saying this, she rose from her seat, and making a sign to him not to follow her, which indeed he had no intention to do, she quitted the room, highly satisfied with her own conduct upon this occasion, which was exactly conformable to the laws of romance. Mr. Tinsel, who had just alighted from his chair, having a glimpse of her as she passed to her own apartment, resolved, if possible, to procure a private interview, for he did not doubt but his billet had done wonders in his favour. For that purpose he ventured up to her antechamber, where he found Lucy waiting, whom he desired to acquaint her lady that he entreated a moment's speech with her. Lucy, after hesitating a moment and looking earnestly at him, replied, "Sir, if you'll promise me faithfully you are not in love with my lady, I'll go and deliver your message." "Deuce take me," said Tinsel, "if that is not a very whimsical condition truly. Pray, my dear, how came it into thy little brain to suspect I was in love with your lady? But suppose I should be in love with her, what then?" "Why, then it's likely you would die, that's all," said Lucy, "without my lady would be so kind to command you to live." "I vow thou hast mighty pretty notions, child," said Tinsel, smiling. "Hast thou been reading any play book lately? But pray, dost think thy lady should have compassion on me if I was in love with her? Come, I know thou art in her confidence. Hast thou ever heard her talk of me? Does she not tell thee all her secrets?" Here, Arabella's bell ringing, the beau slipped half a guinea into her hand, which Lucy, not willing to refuse, went immediately to her lady, to whom, with a trembling accent, she repeated Mr. Tinsel's request. "Impudent girl!" cried Arabella, "for I am loath to suspect thee of disloyalty to thy mistress. Dost thou know the nature and extent of the request thou hast delivered? Art thou ignorant that the presumptuous man whom thou solicitest this favour for has mortally offended me?" "Indeed, madam," said Lucy, frightened out of her wits, "I don't solicit for him. I scorn to do any such thing." "I would not offend your ladyship for the world, for before I would deliver his message to her ladyship I made him assure me that he was not in love with your ladyship." "That was very wisely done indeed," replied Arabella, smiling. "And do you believe he spoke the truth?" "Yes, indeed, I am sure of it," said Lucy eagerly. "If your ladyship will but be pleased to see him, he is only in the next room, I dare promise—" "How!" interrupted Arabella. "What have you done? Have you brought him into my apartment, then?" I protest this adventure is exactly like what befell the beautiful Statira, when by a stratagem of the same kind Oroondates was introduced into her presence. Lucy, thou art another Barsina, I think, but I hope thy intentions are not less innocent than hers was." "Indeed, madam," replied Lucy, excessively uneasy at her lady's words, "I am very innocent. I am no Barsina, as your ladyship calls me." "I dare answer for thee," said Arabella, smiling at the turn she gave to her words. "Thou art no Barsina, and I should wrong thee very much to compare thee with that wise princess, for thou art certainly one of the most simple wenches in the world. But since thou hast gone so far, let me know what the unfortunate person desires of me, for since I am neither more rigid nor pretend to more virtue than Statira, I may do at least as much for him as that great queen did for Oroondates." "He desires, madam," said Lucy, "that your ladyship would be pleased to let him speak with you." "Or, in his words, I suppose," replied Arabella, "he humbly implored a moment's audience." "I told your ladyship his very words, indeed, madam," said Lucy. "I tell thee, girl, thou art mistaken," said Arabella. "'Tis impossible he should sue for such a favour in terms like those. Therefore go back and let him know that I consent to grant him a short audience upon these conditions: First, provided he does not abuse my indulgence by offending me with any protestations of his passion. Secondly, that he engages to fulfil the injunctions I shall lay upon him, however cruel and terrible they may appear. Lastly, that his despair must not prompt him to any act of desperation against himself." Lucy, having received this message, quitted the room hastily, for fear she should forget it. "Well, my pretty ambassadress," said Tensel, when he saw her enter the antechamber, "will your lady see me?" "No, sir," replied Lucy. "No?" interrupted Tensel. "That's kind, i'faith, after waiting so long." "Pray, sir," said Lucy, "don't put me out so. I shall forget what my lady ordered me to tell you." "Oh, I beg your pardon, child," said Tensel. "Come, let me hear your message." "Sir," said Lucy, adapting the solemnity of her lady's accent, "my lady bade me say that she will grant, no, that she consents to grant you a short dience." "Audience, you would say, child," said Tensel. "But how come you to tell me before she would not see me?" "I vow and protest, sir," said Lucy, "you have put all my lady's words clean out of my head. I don't know what comes next." "Oh, no matter," said Tensel. "You have told me enough. I'll wait upon her directly." Lucy, who saw him making towards the door, pressed between it and him, and having all her lady's whims in her head, supposed he was going to carry her away. Possessed with this thought, she screamed out, "Help! Help! For heaven's sake! My lady will be carried away!" Arabella, hearing this exclamation of her woman's, echoed her screams, though with a voice infinitely more delicate, and seeing Tensel, who, confounded to the last degree at the cries of both the lady and her woman, had got into her chamber he knew not how, she gave herself over for lost, and fell back in her chair in a swoon, or something she took for a swoon, for she was persuaded it could happen no otherwise, since all ladies in the same circumstances are terrified into a fainting fit, and seldom recover till they are conveniently carried away, and when they awake find themselves many miles off in the power of their ravisher. Arabella's other women, alarmed by her cries, came running into the room, and seeing Mr. Tensel there, and their lady in a swoon, concluded some very extraordinary accident had happened. "What is your business here?" cried they all at a time. "Is it you that has frighted her ladyship?" "Devil take me!" said Tensel, amazed. if I can tell what all this means." By this time Sir Charles, Mr. Glanville, and his sister came running astonished upstairs. Arabella still continued motionless in her chair, her eyes closed, and her head reclined upon Lucy, who, with her other women, was endeavouring to recover her. Mr. Glanville eagerly ran to her assistance, while Sir Charles and his daughter as eagerly interrogated Mr. Tinsel, who stood motionless with surprise, concerning the cause of her disorder. Arabella, then first discovering some signs of life, half opened her eyes. "Inhuman wretch!" cried she with a faint voice, supposing herself in the hands of her ravisher. "Think not thy cruel violence shall procure thee what thy submissions could not obtain. And if, when thou hadst only my indifference to surmount, thou didst find it so difficult to overcome my resolution, now that by this unjust attempt thou hast added aversion to that indifference, never hope for anything but the most bitter reproaches from me." "Why, niece," said Sir Charles, approaching her, "what's the matter? Look up, I beseech you. Nobody is attempting to do you any hurt. Here's none but friends about you." Arabella, raising her head at the sound of her uncle's voice, and casting a confused look on the persons about her, "May I believe my senses? Am I rescued, and in my own chamber, to whose valour is my deliverance owing? Without doubt 'tis my cousin's. But where is he? Let me assure him of my gratitude." Mr. Glanville, who had retired to a window in a great confusion, as soon as he heard her call for him, came towards her, and in a whisper begged her to be composed, that she was in no danger. "And pray, niece," said Sir Charles, "now you are a little recovered, be so good to inform us of the cause of your fright. What has happened to occasion all this confusion?" "How, sir?" said Arabella. "Don't you know then what has happened? Pray, how was I brought again into my chamber, and by what means was I rescued?" "I protest," said Sir Charles, "I don't know that you have been out of it." "Alas," replied Arabella, "I perceive you are quite ignorant of what has befallen me, nor am I able to give you any information. All I can tell you is, that, alarmed by my women's cries, and the sight of my ravisher who came into my chamber, I fainted away, and so facilitated his enterprise, since doubtless it was very easy for him to carry me away while I remained in that senseless condition. How I was rescued, or by whom, one of my women can happily inform you, since it's possible one of them was also forced away with me." "Oh, heavens!" cried she, seeing Tinsel, who all this while stood gazing like one distracted. "What makes that impious man in my presence? What am I to think of this? Am I really delivered, or no?" "What can this mean?" cried Sir Charles, turning to Tinsel. "Have you, sir, had any hand in frighting my niece?" "I, sir?" said Tinsel. "Let me perish if ever I was so confounded in my life. The lady's brain is disordered, I believe." Mr. Glanville, who was convinced all this confusion was caused by some of Arabella's usual whims, dreaded lest an explanation would the more expose her, and therefore told his father that it would be best to retire, and leave his cousin to the care of his sister and her women, adding that she was not yet quite recovered, and their presence did but discompose her. Then, addressing himself to Tinsel, told him he would wait upon him downstairs. Arabella, seeing them going away together, and supposing they intended to dispute the possession of her with their swords, called out to them to stay. Mr. Glanville, however, without minding her, pressed Mr. Tinsel to walk down. "Nay, pray, sir," said the beau, "let us go in again. She may grow outrageous if we disoblige her." "Outrageous, sir!" said Glanville. "Do you suppose my cousin is mad?" "Upon my soul, sir," replied Tinsel, If she is not mad, she is certainly a little out of her senses, or so—" Arabella, having reiterated her commands for her lovers to return, and finding they did not obey her, ran to her chamber door, where they were holding a surly sort of conference, especially on Glanville's side, who was horribly out of humour. "I perceive by your looks," said Arabella to her cousin, "the design you are meditating, but know that I absolutely forbid you, by all the power I have over you, not to engage in combat with my ravisher here." "Madam," interrupted Glanville, "I beseech you, do not—" "I know," said she, "you will object to me the examples of Artamenes, Oronces, and many others, who were so generous as to promise their rivals not to refuse them that satisfaction whenever they demanded it. But consider, you have not the same objections to Mr. Tensel that Artamenes had to the king of Assyria, or that Oronces had to—" "For God's sake, cousin," said Glanville, "what's all this to the purpose? Curse on Oronces and the king of Assyria, I say." The astonishment of Arabella at this intemperate speech of her cousin kept her for a moment immovable, when Sir Charles, who during this discourse had been collecting all the information he could from Lucy concerning the perplexed affair, came towards Tensel, and giving him an angry look, told him he should take it well if he forbore visiting any of his family for the future. "Oh, your most obedient servant, sir," said Tensel. "You expect, I suppose, I should be excessively chagrined at this prohibition, but upon my soul I am greatly obliged to you. Egad, I have not great mind to a halter, and since this lady is so apt to think people have a design to ravish her, the wisest thing a man can do is keep out of her way." "Sir," replied Glanville, who had followed him to the door, "I believe there has been some little mistake in what has happened to-day. However, I expect you'll take no unbecoming liberties with the character of Lady Bella." "Oh, sir," said Tensel, "I give you my honour I shall always speak of the lady with the utmost profound veneration. She is a most accomplished, incomprehensible lady, and the devil take me if I think there is her fellow in the world. And so, sir, I am your most obedient—" "A word before you go," said Glanville, stopping him. "No more of these sneers, as you value that smooth face of yours, or I'll despoil it of a nose." "Oh, your humble servant," said the beau, retiring in great confusion, with something betwixt a smile and a grin upon his countenance, which he took care, however, Mr. Glanville should not see, who, as soon as he quitted him, went again to Arabella's apartment, in order to prevail upon his father and sister to leave her a little to herself, for he dreaded lest some more instance of her extravagance would put it into his father's head that she was really out of her senses. "Well, sir," said Arabella upon his entrance, "you have, I suppose, given your rival his liberty. I assure you this generosity is highly agreeable to me, and herein you imitate the noble Artamenes, who upon a like occasion acted as you have done. For when fortune had put the ravisher of Mandana in his power, and he became the vanquisher of his rival, who endeavored by violence to possess that divine princess, this truly generous hero relinquished the right he had of disposing of his prisoner, and instead of sacrificing his life to his just and reasonable vengeance, he gave proof of his admirable virtue and clemency by dismissing him in safety, as you have done. However," added she, "I hope you have made him swear upon your sword that he will never make a second attempt upon my liberty. I perceive," pursued she, seeing Mr. Glanville continued silent, with his eyes bent on the ground, for indeed he was ashamed to look up, "that you would willingly avoid the praise due to the heroic action you have just performed. Nay, I suppose you are resolved to keep it secret if possible. Yet I must tell you that you will not escape the glory due to it." "Glory is as necessary the result of a virtuous action as light is an effect of the sun, which causeth it, and has no dependence on any other cause, since a virtuous action continues still the same, though it be done without testimony, and glory, which is, as one may say, born with it, constantly attends it, though the action be not known. "I protest, niece," said Sir Charles, "that's very prettily said." "In my opinion, sir," pursued Arabella, "if anything can weaken the glory of a good action, it's the care a person takes to make it known, as if one did not do good for the sake of good, but for the praise that generally follows it. Those, then, that are governed by so interested a motive ought to be considered as sordid rather than generous persons, who, making a kind of traffic between virtue and glory, barter just so much of the one for the other, and expect, like other merchants, to take advantage by the exchange." Mr. Glanville, who was charmed into an ecstasy at this sensible speech of Arabella's, forgot in an instant all her absurdities. He did not fail to express his admiration of her understanding in terms that brought a blush into her fair face, and obliged her to lay her commands upon him to cease his excessive commendations. Then, making a sign to them to leave her alone, Mr. Glanville, who understood her, took his father and sister downstairs, leaving Arabella with her faithful Lucy, whom she immediately commanded to give her a relation of what had happened to her from the time of her swooning till she recovered. End of Book 7, Chapter 13. Book 7, Chapter 14 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox, Book 7, Chapter 14. A dialogue between Arabella and Lucy, in which the latter seems to have the advantage. "Why, madam," said Lucy, "all I can tell your ladyship is, that we were all excessively frightened, to be sure, when you fainted, especially myself, and that we did what we could to recover you, and so accordingly your ladyship did recover." "What's this to the purpose?" said Arabella, perceiving she stopped here. "I know that I fainted, and 'tis also very plain that I recovered again. I ask you what happened to me in the intermediate time between my fainting and recovery. Give me a faithful relation of all the accidents, to which by my fainting I am quite a stranger, and which no doubt are very considerable." "Indeed, madam," replied Lucy, "I have given your ladyship a faithful relation of all I can remember." "When?" resumed Arabella, surprised. "This moment, madam," said Lucy. "Why, sure thou dreamest, wench," replied she. "Hast thou told me how I was seized and carried off? How I was rescued again, and—" "No, indeed, madam," interrupted Lucy, "I don't dream. I never told your ladyship that you was carried off." "Well," said Arabella, "and why dost thou not satisfy my curiosity? Is it not fit I should be acquainted with such a momentous part of my history?" "I can't, indeed, and please your ladyship," said Lucy. "Why canst thou not?" said Arabella, enraged at her stupidity, as she thought it. "Why, madam," said Lucy, sobbing, "I can't make a history of nothing." "Of nothing, wench!" resumed Arabella, in a greater rage than before. "Dost thou call an adventure to which thou was a witness, and borest so haply so great a share in, nothing? An adventure which hereafter will make a considerable figure in the relation of my life, dost thou look upon as trifling and of no consequence?" "No, indeed I don't, madam," said Lucy. "Why then," pursued Arabella, "dost thou wilfully neglect to relate it? Suppose, as there is nothing more likely, thou wert commanded by some persons of considerable quality, or haply some great princes and princesses, to recount the adventure of my life, wouldst thou omit a circumstance of so much moment?" "No, indeed, madam," said Lucy. "I am glad to hear thou art so discreet," said Arabella, "and pray do me the favour to relate this adventure to me, as thou wouldst do to those princes and princesses, if thou wert commanded." Here Arabella, making a full stop, fixed her eyes upon her woman, expecting every moment she would begin the desired narrative; but finding she continued silent longer than she thought was necessary for recalling the several circumstances of the story into her mind, "I find," said she, "it will be necessary to caution you against making your audience wait too long for your relation. It looks as if you was to make a studied speech, not a simple relation of facts, which ought to be free from all affectation of labour and art, and be told with that graceful negligence which is so becoming to truth. This I thought proper to tell you," added she, "that you may not fall into that mistake when you are called upon to relate my adventures. Well, now, if you please to begin." "What, pray, madam?" said Lucy. "What?" repeated Arabella. "Why, the adventures which happened to me so lately. Relate to me every circumstance of my being carried away, and how my deliverance was effected by my cousin." "Indeed, madam," said Lucy, "I know nothing about your ladyship's being carried away. All I know is—" "Begone!" cried Arabella, losing all patience at her obstinacy. "Get out of my presence this moment. Wretch, unworthy of my confidence and favour, thy treason is too manifest. Thou art bribed by that presumptuous man to conceal all the circumstances of his attempt from my knowledge, to the end that I may not have a full conviction of his guilt." Lucy, who never saw her lady so much offended before, and knew not the occasion of it, burst into tears, which so affected the tender heart of Arabella, that, losing insensibly all her anger, she told her, with a voice softened to a tone of the utmost sweetness and condescension, that provided she would confess how far she had been prevailed upon by his rich presents to forget her duty, she would pardon and receive her again into favour. "Speak," added she, "and be not afraid, after this promise, to let me know what Mr. Tensel required of thee, and what were the gifts with which he purchased thy services. Doubtless he presented thee with jewels of a great considerable value." "Since your ladyship," said Lucy, sobbing, "has promised not to be angry, I don't care if I do tell your ladyship what he gave me. He gave me this half guinea, madam, indeed he did; but for all that, when he would come into your chamber, I struggled with him, and cried out, for fear he should carry your ladyship away." Arabella, lost in astonishment and shame at hearing of so inconsiderable a present made to her woman, the like of which not one of her romances could furnish her, ordered her immediately to withdraw, not being willing she should observe the confusion this strange bribe had given her. After she had been gone some time, she endeavoured to compose her looks, and went down to the dining room, where Sir Charles and his son and daughter had been engaged in a conversation concerning her, the particulars of which may be found in the first chapter of the next book. End of Book 7, Chapter 14.
Book 8, Chapter 1 of the Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mimi Wong. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox, Book 8, Chapter 1. Contains the conversation referred to in the last chapter of the preceding book. Miss Glanville, who with a malicious pleasure had secretly triumphed in the extravagances her beautiful cousin had been guilty of, was now sensibly disappointed to find they had had so little effect on her father and brother. For instead of reflecting upon the absurdities to which they had been a witness, Mr. Glanville artfully pursued the subject Arabella just before had been expatiating upon, taking notice frequently of some observations of hers, and, by a well-contrived repetition of her words, obliged his father a second time to declare that his niece had spoken extremely well. Mr. Glanville, taking the word, launched out into such praises of her wit, that Miss Glanville, no longer able to listen patiently, replied, "'Twas true Lady Bella sometimes said very sensible things, that 'twas a great pity she was not always in a reasonable way of thinking, or that her intervals were not longer." "Her intervals, miss," said Glanville. "Pray what do you mean by that expression?" "Why, pray," said Miss Glanville, "don't you think my cousin is sometimes a little wrong in the head?" Mr. Glanville, at these words, starting from his chair, took a turn across the room in great discomposure. Then, stopping all of a sudden, and giving his sister a furious look, "Charlotte," said he, "don't give me cause to think you're envious of your cousin's superior excellencies." "Envious!" repeated Miss Glanville. "I envious of my cousin! I vow I should never have thought of that. Indeed, brother, you are much mistaken. My cousin's superior excellencies never gave me a moment's disturbance, though I must confess her unaccountable whims have often excited my pity." "No more of this, Charlotte," interrupted Mr. Glanville. "As you value my friendship, no more of it." "Why, really, son," said Sir Charles, "my niece has very strange whimsies sometimes. How it came into her head to think Mr. Tinsel would attempt to carry her away, I can't imagine. For, after all, he only pressed rather too rudely into her chamber, for which, as you see, I have forbidden his visits." "That was of a piece," said Miss Glanville, sneeringly to her brother, "with her asking you if you had made Mr. Tinsel swear upon your sword that he would never again attempt to carry her away, and applauding you for having given him his liberty, as the generous Attermans did on the same occasion." "I would advise you, Charlotte," said Mr. Glanville, "not to aim at repeating your cousin's words till you know how to pronounce them properly." "Oh, that's one of her superior excellencies," said Miss Glanville. "Indeed, miss," said Glanville, very provokingly, "she is superior to you in many things, and as much so in the goodness of her heart as in the beauty of her person." "Come, come, Charles," said the baronet, who observed his daughter sat swelling and biting her lip at this reproach. "Personal reflections are better avoided. Your sister is very well, and not to be disparaged, though, to be sure, Lady Bella is the finest woman I ever saw in my life." Miss Glanville was, if possible, more disgusted at her father's palliation than her brother's reproaches, and, in order to give a loose to her passion, accused Mr. Glanville of a decrease in his affection for her since he had been in love with her cousin, and, having found this excuse for her tears, very freely gave vent to them. Mr. Glanville, being softened by this sight, sacrificed a few compliments to her vanity, which soon restored her to her usual tranquillity. Then, turning the discourse on his beloved Arabella, pronounced a panegyric on her virtues and accomplishments of an hour long, which, if it did not absolutely persuade his sister to change her opinion, it certainly convinced his father that his niece was not only perfectly well in her understanding, but even better than most others of her sex. Mr. Glanville had just finished her eulogium when Arabella appeared. Joy danced in his eyes at her approach. He gazed upon her with a kind of conscious triumph in his looks, her consummate loveliness justifying his passion, and being, in his opinion, more than an excuse for all her extravagancies. End of Book 8, Chapter 1. Book 8, Chapter 2 of the Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox, Book 8, Chapter 2, in which our heroine, as we presume, shows herself in two very different lights. Arabella, who at her entrance had perceived some traces of uneasiness upon Miss Glanville's countenance, tenderly asked her the cause. To which that young lady, answering in a cold and reserved manner, Mr. Glanville, to divert her reflections on it, very freely accused himself of having given his sister some offence. "To be sure, brother," said Miss Glanville, "you are very vehement in your temper, and are as violently carried away about things of little importance as of the greatest. And then, whatever you have a fancy for, you love so obstinately." "I am obliged to you, miss," interrupted Mr. Glanville, "for endeavouring to give Lady Bella so unfavourable an opinion of me." "I assure you," said Arabella, "Miss Glanville has said nothing to your disadvantage; for, in my opinion, the temperament of great minds ought to be such as she represents yours to be. For there is nothing at so great a distance from true and heroic virtue as that indifference which obliges some people to be pleased with all things or nothing. Whence it comes to pass that they neither entertain great desires of glory nor fear of infamy, that they neither love nor hate, that they are wholly influenced by custom, and are sensible only to the afflictions of the body, their minds being in a manner insensible. To say the truth, I am inclined to conceive a greater hope of a man who in the beginning of his life is hurried away by some evil habit, than one that fastens on nothing. The mind that cannot be brought to detest vice will never be persuaded to love virtue. But one who is capable of loving or hating irreconcilably, by having when young his passions directed to proper objects, will remain fixed in his choice of what is good. But with him who is incapable of any violent attraction, and whose heart is chilled by a general indifference, precept or example will have no force, and philosophy itself, which boasts it hath remedies for all indispositions of the soul, never had any that can cure an indifferent mind. Nay," added she, "I am persuaded that indifference is generally the inseparable companion of a weak and imperfect judgment. For it is so natural to a person to be carried towards that which he believes to be good, that if indifferent people were able to judge of things, they would fasten on something. But certain it is that this lukewarmness of soul, which sends forth but feeble desires, sends also but feeble lights. So that those who are guilty of it, not knowing anything clearly, cannot fasten on anything with perseverance." Mr. Glanville, when Arabella had finished this speech, cast a triumphing glance at his sister, who had affected great inattention all the while she had been speaking. Sir Charles, in his way, expressed much admiration of her wit, telling her if she had been a man she would have made a great figure in Parliament, and that her speeches might have come perhaps to be printed in time. This compliment, odd as it was, gave great joy to Glanville. When the conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Mr. Selwyn, who had slipped away unobserved at the time that Arabella's indisposition had alarmed them, and now came to inquire after her health, and also, if an opportunity offered, to set her right with regard to the suspicions she had entertained of his designing to pay his addresses to her. Arabella, as soon as he had sent in his name, appeared to be in great disturbance, and upon his entrance offered immediately to withdraw, telling Mr. Glanville, who would have detained her, that she found no place was likely to secure her from the persecutions of that gentleman. Glanville stared, and looked strangely perplexed at this speech. Miss Glanville smiled, and poor Selwyn, with a very silly look, hemmed 2 or 3 times, and then with a faltering accent said, "Madam, I am very much concerned to find your ladyship resolved to persist in—" "Sir," interrupted Arabella, "my resolutions are unalterable. I told you so before, and am surprised, after the knowledge of my intentions, you presume to appear in my presence again, from whence I had so positively banished you." "Pray, niece," said Sir Charles, "what has Mr. Selwyn done to disoblige you?" "Sir," replied Arabella, "Mr. Selwyn's offence can admit of no other reparation than that which I required of him, which was a voluntary banishment from my presence. And in this," pursued she, "I am guilty of no more severity to you than the Princess Eudosia was to the unfortunate Thrasymedes, For the passion of this prince having come to her knowledge, notwithstanding the pains he took to conceal it, this fair and wise princess thought it not enough to forbid his speaking to her, but also banished him from her presence, laying a peremptory command upon him never to appear before her again until he was perfectly cured of that unhappy love he had entertained for her. Imitate, therefore, the meritorious obedience of this poor prince, and if that passion you profess for me— "How, sir," interrupted Sir Charles, "do you make love to my niece, then?" "Sir," replied Mr. Selwyn, who was strangely confounded at Arabella's speech, "though I really admire the perfections this lady is possessed of, yet I assure you, upon my honour, I never had a thought of making any addresses to her, and I can't imagine why her ladyship persists in accusing me of such presumption." So formal a denial after what Arabella had said extremely perplexed Sir Charles, and filled Mr. Glanville with inconceivable shame. Miss Glanville enjoyed their disturbance, and full of an ill-natured triumph endeavoured to look Arabella into confusion. But that lady, not being at all discomposed by this declaration of Mr. Selwyn's, having accounted for it already, replied with great calmness, "Sir, 'tis easy to see through the artifice of your disclaiming any passion for me. Upon any other occasion, questionless, you would rather sacrifice your life than consent to disavow these sentiments, which, unhappily for your peace, you have entertained. At present, the desire of continuing near me obliges you to lay this constraint upon yourself. However, you know Thrasymedes fell upon the same stratagem to no purpose. The rigid Eudosia saw through the disguise, and would not dispense with herself from banishing him from Rome, as I do you from England." "How, madam?" interrupted Selwyn, amazed. "Yes, sir," replied Arabella hastily. "Nothing less can satisfy what I owe to the consideration of my own glory." "Upon my word, madam," said Selwyn, half angry, and yet strongly inclined to laugh, "I don't see the necessity of my quitting my native country to satisfy what you owe to the consideration of your own glory. Pray, how does my staying in England affect your ladyship's glory?" "To answer your question with another," said Arabella, "pray, how did the stay of Thrasymedes in Rome affect the glory of the Empress Eudosia?" Mr. Selwyn was struck dumb with this speech, for he was not willing to be thought so deficient in the knowledge of history as not to be acquainted with the reasons why Thrasymedes should not stay in Rome. His silence, therefore, seeming to Arabella to be a tacit confession of the justice of her commands, a sentiment of compassion for this unfortunate lover intruded itself into her mind, and turning her bright eyes, full of soft complacency, upon Selwyn, who stared at her as if he had lost his wits, "I will not," said she, "wrong the sublimity of your passion for me so much as to doubt your being ready to sacrifice the repose of your own life to the satisfaction of mine. Nor will I do so much injustice to your generosity as to suppose the glory of obeying my commands will not in some measure soften the rigour of your destiny. I know not whether it may be lawful for me to tell you that your misfortune does really cause me some affliction, but I am willing to give you this consolation, and also to assure you that to whatever part of the world your despair will carry you, the good wishes and compassion of Arabella shall follow you." Having said this, with one of her fair hands she covered her face, to hide the blushes which so compassionate a speech had caused, holding the other extended with a careless air, supposing he would kneel to kiss it and bathe it with his tears, as was the custom on such melancholy occasions. Her head at the same time turned another way, as if reluctantly and with confusion she granted this favour. But, after standing a moment in this posture, and finding her hand untouched, she concluded grief had deprived him of his senses, and that he would shortly fall into a swoon as Thrasymedes did. And to prevent being a witness to so doleful a sight, she hurried out of the room without once turning about, and having reached her own apartment, sunk into a chair, not a little affected by the deplorable condition in which she had left her supposed miserable lover. End of Book 8, Chapter 2. Book 8, Chapter 3 of the Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox, Book 8, Chapter 3. The Contrast Continued. The company she had left behind her being all except Mr. Glanville, to the last degree surprised at her strange words and actions, continued mute for several minutes after she was gone, staring upon one another as if each wished to know the other's opinion of such an unaccountable behaviour. At last Miss Glanville, who observed her brother's back was towards her, told Mr. Selwyn in a low voice that she hoped he would call and take his leave of them before he set out for the place where his despair would carry him. Mr. Selwyn, in spite of his natural gravity, could not forbear laughing at this speech of Miss Glanville's, which shocked her brother, and not being able to stay where Arabella was ridiculed, nor entitled to resent it, which would have been a manifest injustice on that occasion, he retired to his own apartment to give vent to that spleen which in those moments made him out of humour with all the world. Sir Charles, when he was gone, indulged himself in a little mirth on his niece's extravagance, protesting he did not know what to do with her. Upon which Miss Glanville observed that it was a pity there were not such things as Protestant nunneries, giving it as her opinion that her cousin ought to be confined in one of those places, and never suffered to see any company, by which means she would avoid exposing herself in the manner she did now. Mr. Selwyn, who possibly thought this a reasonable scheme of Miss Glanville's, seemed by his silence to assent to her opinion. But Sir Charles was greatly displeased with his daughter for expressing herself so freely, alleging that Arabella, when she was out of those whims, was a very sensible young lady, and sometimes talked as learnedly as a divine. To which Mr. Selwyn also added that she had a great knowledge of history, and had a most surprising memory; and, after some more discourse to the same purpose, he took his leave, earnestly entreating Sir Charles to believe that he never entertained any design of making his addresses to Lady Bella. In the meantime, that lady, after having given near half an hour to those reflections which occurred to heroines in the same situation with herself, called for Lucy, and ordered her to go to the dining-room and see in what condition Mr. Selwyn was, telling her she had certainly left him in a swoon, and also the occasion of it, and bid her give him all the consolation in her power. Lucy, with tears in her eyes at this recital, went down as she was ordered, and entering the room without any ceremony, her thoughts being wholly fixed on the melancholy circumstance her lady had been telling her, she looked eagerly round the room without speaking a word, till Sir Charles and Miss Glanville, who thought she had been sent with some message from Arabella, asked her both at the same instant what she wanted. "I came, sir," said Lucy, repeating her lady's words, "to see in what condition Mr. Selwyn is in, and to give him all the solation in my power." Sir Charles, laughing heartily at this speech, asked her what she could do for Mr. Selwyn, to which she replied she did not know, but her lady had told her to give him all the solation in her power. "Consolation thou wouldest say, I suppose," said Sir Charles. "Yes, sir," said Lucy, curtsying. "Well, child," added he, "go up and tell your lady. Mr. Selwyn does not need any consolation." Lucy accordingly returned with this message, and was met at the chamber door by Arabella, who hastily asked her if Mr. Selwyn was recovered from his swoon. To which Lucy replied that she did not know, but that Sir Charles bid her tell her ladyship Mr. Selwyn did not need any consolation. "Oh, heavens!" cried Arabella, throwing herself into a chair as pale as death. "He is dead! He has fallen upon his sword and put an end to his life and miseries at once. Oh, how unhappy am I!" cried she, bursting into tears, "to be the cause of so cruel an accident! Was ever any fate so terrible as mine? Was ever beauty so fatal? Was ever rigour so unfortunate? How will the quiet of my future days be disturbed by the sad remembrance of a man whose death was caused by my disdain? But why," resumed she after a little pause, Why do I thus afflict myself for what has happened by an unavoidable necessity? Nor am I singular in the misfortune which has befallen me. Did not the sad Perinthus die for the beautiful Panthea? Did not the rigour of Barcina bring the miserable Oxyatres to the grave, and the severity of Statira make Ora Ondates fall upon his sword in her presence, though happily he escaped being killed by it? Let us then not afflict ourselves unreasonably at this sad accident. Let us lament, as we ought, the fatal effects of our charms. But let us comfort ourselves with the thought that we have only acted conformable to our duty." Arabella, having pronounced these last words with a solemn and lofty accent, ordered Lucy, who listened to her with eyes drowned in tears, to go down and ask if the body was removed. "For," added she, "all my constancy will not be sufficient to support me against that pitiful sight." Lucy accordingly delivered her message to Sir Charles and Miss Glanville, who were still together discoursing on the fantastical turn of Arabella, when the knight, who could not possibly comprehend what she meant by asking if the body was removed, bid her tell her lady he desired to speak to her. Arabella, upon receiving this summons, set herself to consider what could be the intent of it. "If Mr. Selwyn be dead," said she, "what good can my presence do among them? Surely it cannot be to upbraid me with my severity that my uncle desires to see me. No, it would be unjust to suppose it. Questionless, my unhappy lover is still struggling with the pangs of death, and for a consolation in his last moments implores the favour of resigning up his life in my sight." Pausing a little at these words, she rose from her seat with a resolution to give the unhappy Selwyn her pardon before he died. Meeting Mr. Glanville as he was returning from his chamber to the dining-room, she told him she hoped the charity she was going to discover towards his rival would not give him any uneasiness, and preventing his reply by going hastily into the room, he followed her, dreading some new extravagance, yet not able to prevent it, endeavoured to conceal his confusion from her observation. Arabella, after breathing a gentle sigh, told Sir Charles that she was come to grant Mr. Selwyn her pardon for the offence he had been guilty of, that he might depart in peace. "Well, well," said Sir Charles, "he is departed in peace without it." "How, sir?" interrupted Arabella. "Is he dead, then, already? Alas! Why had he not the satisfaction of seeing me before he expired, that his soul might have departed in peace? He would have been assured not only of my pardon, but pity also, and that assurance would have made him happy in his last moments." "Why, niece," interrupted Sir Charles, staring, "you surprise me prodigiously. Are you in earnest?" "Questionless I am, sir," said she, "nor ought you to be surprised at the concern I express for the fate of this unhappy man, nor at the pardon I propose to have granted him, since herein I am justified by the example of many great and virtuous princesses, who have done as much, nay, haply more than I intended to have done, for persons whose offences were greater than Mr. Selwyn's." "I am very sorry, madam," said Sir Charles, "to hear you talk in this manner. 'Tis really enough to make one suspect you are—" "You do me great injustice, sir," interrupted Arabella, "if you suspect me to be guilty of any unbecoming weakness for this man. If barely expressing my compassion for his misfortunes be esteemed so great a favour, what would you have thought if I had supported his head on my knees while he was dying, shed tears over him, and discovered all the tokens of a sincere affliction for him?" "Good God!" said Sir Charles, lifting up his eyes, "did anybody ever hear of anything like this?" "What, sir?" said Arabella, with as great an appearance of surprise in her countenance as his had discovered. "Do you say you have never heard of anything like this? Then you never heard of the Princess of Medea, I suppose?" "No, not I, madam," said Sir Charles peevishly. "Then, sir," resumed Arabella, "permit me to tell you that this fair and virtuous princess condescended to do all I have mentioned for the fierce Labynet, Prince of Assyria, who, though he had mortally offended her by stealing her away out of the court of the king, her father, Nevertheless, when he was wounded to death in her presence, and humbly implored her pardon before he died, she condescended, as I have said, to support him on her knees and shed tears for his disaster. I could produce many more instances of the like compassion in ladies almost as highly born as herself, though perhaps their quality was not quite so illustrious, she being the heiress of 2 powerful kingdoms. Yet to mention only these— "Good heavens!" cried Mr. Glanville here, being quite out of patience, "I shall go distracted." Arabella, surprised at this exclamation, looked earnestly at him for a moment, and then asked him whether anything she had said had given him uneasiness. "Yes, upon my soul, madam," said Glanville, so vexed and confused that he hardly knew what he said. "I am sorry for it," replied Arabella gravely, "and also am greatly concerned to find that in generosity you are so much exceeded by the illustrious Cyrus, who was so far from taking umbrage at Mandana's behaviour to the dying prince, that he commended her for the compassion she had shown him. So also did the brave and generous Oroondates when the fair Statira—" "By heavens!" cried Glanville, rising in a passion, "there is no hearing this. Pardon me, madam, but upon my soul, you'll make me hang myself." "Hang yourself!" repeated Arabella. "Sure you know not what you say. You meant, I suppose, that you'll fall upon your sword. What hero ever threatened to give himself so vulgar a death? But pray let me know the cause of your despair, so sudden and so violent." Mr. Glanville continuing in a sort of sullen silence, Arabella, raising her voice, went on. "Though I do not conceive myself obliged to give you an account of my conduct, seeing that I have only permitted you to yet hope for my favour, yet I owe to myself and my own honour the justification I am going to make. Know then that however suspicious my compassion for Mr. Selwyn may appear to your mistaken judgment, yet it has its foundation only in the generosity of my disposition, which inclines me to pardon the fault when the unhappy criminal repents, and to afford him my pity when his circumstances require it. Let not, therefore, the charity I have discovered towards your rival be the cause of your despair, since my sentiments for him, were he living, would be what they were before, that is, full of indifference, nay, haply disdain. And suffer not yourself to be so carried away by a violent and unjust jealousy as to threaten your own death, which, if you really had any ground for your suspicions, and truly loved me, would come unsought for, though not undesired. For indeed, was your despair reasonable, death would necessarily follow it. For what lover can live under so desperate a misfortune? In that case you may meet death undauntedly when it comes, nay, embrace it with joy. But truly, the killing oneself is but a false picture of true courage, proceeding rather from fear of a further evil than contempt of that you fly to. For if it were a contempt of pain, the same principle would make you resolve to bear patiently and fearlessly all kind of pains. And hope being of all other the most contrary thing to fear, this being an utter banishment of hope seems to have its ground in fear. End of Book 8, Chapter 3. Recording by Mimi Wong.
Book 8, Chapter 4 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2 by Charlotte Lennox. Book 8, Chapter 4. In which Mr. Glanville makes an unsuccessful attempt upon Arabella. Arabella, when she had finished these words, which banished in part Mr. Glanville's confusion, went to her own apartment, followed by Miss Glanville, to whom she had made a sign for that purpose, and throwing herself into a chair, burst into tears, which greatly surprising Miss Glanville, she pressed her to tell her the cause. "Alas," replied Arabella, "have I not cause to think myself extremely unhappy?" the deplorable death of Mr. Selwyn, the despair to which I see your brother reduced, with the fatal consequences which may attend it, fills me with a mortal uneasiness." "Well," said Miss Glanville, "your ladyship may make yourself quite easy as to both these matters, for Mr. Selwyn is not dead, nor is my brother in despair that I know of." "What do you say, miss?" interrupted Arabella. "Is not Mr. Selwyn dead? Was the wound he gave himself not mortal, then?" "I know of no wound that he gave himself, not I," said Miss Glanville. "What makes your ladyship suppose he gave himself a wound? Lord bless me, what strange thoughts come into your head!" "Truly I am rejoiced to hear it," replied Arabella, "and in order to prevent the effects of his despair, I'll instantly dispatch my commands to him to live." "I dare answer for his obedience, madam," said Miss Glanville, smiling. Arabella then gave orders for paper and pens to be brought her, and seeing Mr. Glanville enter the room, very formally acquainted him with her intention, telling him that he ought to be satisfied with the banishment to which she had doomed his unhappy rival, and not require his death, since he had nothing to fear from his pretensions. "I assure you, madam," said Mr. Glanville, "I am perfectly easy upon that account, and in order to spare you the trouble of sending to Mr. Selwyn, I may venture to assure you that he is in no danger of dying." "'Tis impossible, sir," replied Arabella. "According to the nature of things, 'tis impossible but he must already be very near death. You know the rigour of my sentence, you know." "I know, madam," said Mr. Glanville, "that Mr. Selwyn does not think himself under a necessity of obeying your sentence, and has the impudence to question your authority for banishing him from his native country." "My authority, sir," said Arabella, strangely surprised, "is sounded upon the absolute power he has given me over him." "He denies that, madam," said Glanville, "and says that he neither can give, nor you exercise an absolute power over him, since you are both accountable to the king, whose subjects you are, and both restrained by the laws under whose sanction you live." Arabella's apparent confusion at these words, giving Mr. Glanville hopes that he had fallen upon a proper method to cure her of some of her strange notions, he was going to pursue his arguments, when Arabella, looking a little sternly upon him, "The empire of love," said she, "like the empire of honour, is governed by laws of its own, which have no dependence upon or relation to any other." "Pardon me, madam," said Glanville, "if I presume to differ from you. Our laws have fixed the boundaries of honour as well as those of love." "How is that possible," replied Arabella, "when they differ so widely, that a man may be justified by the one, and yet condemned by the other? For instance," pursued she, "you are not permitted by the laws of the land to take away the life of any person whatever, yet the laws of honour oblige you to hunt your enemy through the world, in order to sacrifice him to your vengeance. Since it is impossible then for the same actions to be at once just and unjust, it must necessarily follow that the law which condemns it, and that which justifies it, is not the same, but directly opposite. And now," added she, after a little pause, "I hope I have entirely cleared up that point to you." "You have indeed, madam," replied Mr. Glanville, "proved to a demonstration that what is called honour is something distinct from justice, since they command things absolutely opposite to each other." Arabella, without reflecting on this inference, went on to prove the independent sovereignty of love, which, said she, may be collected from all the words and actions of those heroes who were inspired by this passion. "We see it in them," pursued she, "triumphing not only over all natural and avowed allegiance, but superior even to friendship, duty, and honour itself. This the actions of Orondates, Artaxerxes, Spitridides, and many other illustrious princes sufficiently testify. Love requires a more unlimited obedience from its slaves than any other monarch can expect from his subjects, an obedience which is circumscribed by no laws whatever, and dependent upon nothing but itself. "I should live, madam," says the renowned Prince of Scythia to the divine Statira, "I shall live, since it's your command I should do so. And death can have no power over a life which you are pleased to take care of. Say only that you wish I should conquer," said the great Juba to the incomparable Cleopatra, "and my enemies will be already vanquished. Victory will come over to the side of your favor, and an army of 100,000 men will not be able to overcome the man who has your commands to conquer. How mean and insignificant," pursued she, "are the titles bestowed on other monarchs, compared with those which dignity the sovereigns of hearts, such as divine arbitress of my fate, visible divinity, earthly goddess, and many others equally sublime." Mr. Glanville, losing all patience at her obstinate folly, interrupted her here with a question quite foreign to the subject she was discussing, and soon after quitting her chamber, retired to his own, more than ever despairing of her recovery. End of Book 8, Chapter 4.
Book 8, Chapter 5 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is the Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox, Book 8, Chapter 5, in which is introduced a very singular character. Miss Glanville, whose envy and dislike of her lovely cousin was heightened by her suspicions that she disputed with her the possession of Sir George's heart, she having been long in reality a great admirer of that gay gentleman, was extremely delighted with the ridicule her absurd behaviour had drawn upon her at Bath, which she found by inquiry was through Mr. Tinsel's representation grown almost general. In order, therefore, to be at liberty to go to the public places uneclipsed by the superior beauty of Arabella, she acquainted her father and brother with part of what she had heard, which determined them to prevent that young lady's appearance in public while they stayed at Bath. This being no difficult matter to bring about, since Arabella only went to the rooms or parade in compliance with the invitation of her cousins. Miss Glanville being by these means rid of a rival too powerful even to contend with, went with more than usual gaiety to the assembly, where the extravagancies of Arabella afforded a perpetual fund for diversion. Her more than passive behaviour upon this occasion banishing all restraint among those she conversed with, the jest circulated very freely at Arabella's expense. Nor did Miss Glanville fail to give new poignancy to their sarcasms by artfully disclosing the bent of her cousin's studies, and enumerating the many absurdities they had made her guilty of. Arabella's uncommon beauty had gained her so many enemies among the ladies that composed this assembly, that they seemed to contend with each other who should ridicule her most. The celebrated Countess of being then at Bath, approached a circle of these fair defamers, and listening a few moments of the contemptuous jests they threw out against the absent beauty, declared herself in her favour. Such was the force of her universally acknowledged merit, and the deference always paid to her opinion silenced every pretty impertinent around her. This lady, who, among her own sex, had no superior in wit, elegance, and ease, was inferior to very few of the other in sense, learning, and judgment. Her skill in poetry, painting, and music, though incontestably great, was numbered among the least of her accomplishments. Her candour, her sweetness, her modesty and benevolence, while they secured her from the darts of envy, rendered her superior to praise, and made the one as unnecessary as the other ineffectual. She had been a witness of the surprise Arabella's extraordinary appearance had occasioned, and struck with that as well as the uncommon charms of her person, had pressed near her with several others of the company, when she was discoursing in the manner we have related. A person of the Countess's nice discernment could not fail of observing the wit and spirit, which though obscured, was not absolutely hid under the absurdity of her notions. and this discovery, adding esteem to the compassion she felt for the fair visionary, she resolved to rescue her from the ill-natured raillery of her sex. Praising therefore her understanding, and the beauty of her person with the sweetness and generosity peculiar to herself, she accounted in the most delicate manner imaginable for the singularity of her notions, from her studies, her retirement, her ignorance of the world, and her lively imagination; and to abate the keenness of their sarcasms, acknowledged that she herself had, when very young, been deep read in romances, and, but for an early acquaintance with the world, and being directed to other studies, was likely to have been as much a heroine as Lady Bella. Miss Glanville, though, who was secretly vexed at this defence of her cousin, was however under a necessity of seeming obliged to the Countess for it; and that lady expressing a desire to be acquainted with Lady Bella, Miss Glanville respectfully offered to attend her cousin to her lodgings, which the Countess as respectfully declined, saying, as Lady Bella was a stranger, she would make her the first visit. Miss Glanville at her return gave her brother an account of what had happened at the assembly, and filled him with an inconceivable joy at the Countess's intention. He had always been a zealous admirer of the lady's character, and flattered himself that the conversation of so admirable a woman would be of the utmost use to Arabella. That very night he mentioned her to his beloved cousin, and after enumerating all her fine qualities, declared that she had already conceived a friendship for her, and was solicitous of her acquaintance. "I think myself extremely fortunate," replied Arabella, "in that I have, though questionless unreservedly, acquired the amity of this lovely person; and I beg you," pursued she to Miss Glanville, "to tell her that I long with impatience to embrace her, and to give her that share in my heart which her transcendent merit deserves." Miss Glanville only bowed her head in answer to this request, giving her brother at the same time a significant leer; who, though used to Arabella's particularities, could not help being a little confounded at the heroic speech she had made. End of Book 8, Chapter 5.
Book 8, Chapter 6 of the Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox. Book 8, Chapter 6. Containing something which at first sight may possibly puzzle the reader. The Countess was as good as her word, and 2 days after sent a card to Arabella, importing her design to wait on her that afternoon. Our heroine expected her with great impatience, and the moment she entered the room, flew towards her with a graceful eagerness, and straining her in her arms, embraced her with all the fervour of a long-absent friend. Sir Charles and Mr. Glanville were equally embarrassed at the familiarity of this address, but observing that the Countess seemed not to be surprised at it, but rather to receive it with pleasure, they were soon composed. "You cannot imagine, lovely stranger," said Arabella to the Countess as soon as they were seated, "with what impatience I have longed to behold you since the knowledge I have received of your rare qualities, and the friendship you have been pleased to honour me with. And I may truly protest to you that such is my admiration of your virtues, that I would have gone to the farthest part of the world to render you that which you with so much generosity have condescended to bestow upon me." Sir Charles stared at this extraordinary speech, and not being able to comprehend a word of it, was concerned to think how the lady to whom it was addressed would understand it. Mr. Glanville looked down, and bit his nails in extreme confusion; but the Countess, who had not forgot the language of romance, returned the compliment in a strain as heroic as hers. "The favour I have received from fortune," said she, "in bringing me to the happiness of your acquaintance, charming Arabella, is so great, that I may rationally expect some terrible misfortune will befall me, seeing that in this life our pleasures are so constantly succeeded by pains, that we hardly ever enjoy the one without suffering the other soon after." Arabella was quite transported to hear the Countess express herself in language so conformable to her own. But Mr. Glanville was greatly confounded, and began to suspect she was diverting herself with his cousin's singularities, and Sir Charles was within a little of thinking her as much out of the way as his niece. "Misfortunes, madam," said Arabella, "are too often the lot of excellent persons like yourself. The sublimest among mortals, both for beauty and virtue, have experienced the frowns of fate. The sufferings of the divine Statira, or Cassandra, for she bore both names, the persecutions of the incomparable Cleopatra, the distresses of the beautiful Candace, and the afflictions of the fair and generous Madonna, are proofs that the most illustrious persons in the world have felt the rage of calamity. It must be confessed," said the Countess, "that all those fair princesses you have named were for a while extremely unfortunate. Yet in the catalogue of these lovely and afflicted persons you have forgot one who might with justice dispute the priority of sufferings with them all. I mean the beautiful Eliza, Princess of Parthia." "Pardon me, madam," replied Arabella, "I cannot be of your opinion. The Princess of Parthia may indeed justly be ranked among the number of unfortunate persons, but she can by no means dispute the melancholy precedence with the divine Cleopatra. For in fine, madam, what evils did the Princess of Parthia suffer, which the fair Cleopatra did not likewise endure, and some of them haply in a greater degree? If Eliza, by the tyrannical authority of the king her father, saw herself upon the point of becoming the wife of a prince she detested, was not the beautiful daughter of Antony, by the more justifiable tyranny of Augustus, likely to be forced in the arms of Tiberius, a proud and cruel prince, who was odious to the whole world as well as to her? If Eliza was for some time in the power of pirates, was not Cleopatra captive to an inhuman king, who presented his sword to the fair breast of that divine princess, worthy the adoration of the whole earth? And in fine, if Eliza had the grief to see her dear Artaban imprisoned by the order of Augustus, Cleopatra beheld with mortal agonies her beloved Coriolanus enclosed amidst the guards of that enraged prince, and doomed to a cruel death. "'Tis certain, madam," replied the Countess, "that the misfortunes of both these princesses were very great, though, as you have showed me with some inequality, and when one reflects upon the dangerous adventures to which persons of their quality were exposed in those times, one cannot help rejoicing that we live in an age in which the customs, manners, habits, and inclinations differ so widely from theirs, that 'tis impossible such adventures should even happen. Such is the strange alteration of things, that some people, I dare say, at present, cannot be persuaded to believe there ever were princesses wandering through the world by land and sea in mean disguises, carried away violently out of their father's dominions by insolent lovers. Some discovered sleeping in forests, others shipwrecked on desolate islands, confined in castles, bound in chariots, and even struggling amidst the tempestuous waves of the sea, into which they had cast themselves to avoid the brutal force of their ravishers. Not one of these things having happened within the compass of several thousand years, people unlearned in antiquity would be apt to deem them idle tales, so improbable do they appear at present." Arabella, though greatly surprised at this discourse, did not think proper to express her thoughts of it. She was unwilling to appear absolutely ignorant of the present customs of the world before a lady whose good opinion she was ardently desirous of improving. Her prepossessions in her silence and downcast eyes gave the Countess to understand part of her thoughts, who, for fear of alarming her too much for that time, dropped the subject, and turning the conversation on others more general, gave Arabella an opportunity of mingling in it with that wit and vivacity which was natural to her when romances were out of the question. End of Book 8, Chapter 6. Book 8, Chapter 7 of the Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox, Book 8, Chapter 7. In which, if the reader has not anticipated it, he will find an explanation of some seeming inconsistencies in the foregoing chapter. The Countess, charmed with the wit and good sense of Arabella, could not conceal her admiration, but expressed it in terms the most obligingly imaginable, and Arabella, who was excessively delighted with her, returned the compliments she made her with the most respectful tenderness. In the midst of these mutual civilities, Arabella, in the style of romance, entreated the Countess to favour her with the recital of her adventures. At the mention of this request, that lady conveyed so much confusion into her countenance, that Arabella, extremely embarrassed by it, though she knew not why, thought it necessary to apologize for the disturbance she seemed to have occasioned in her. "Pardon me, madam," replied the Countess, recovering herself, "if the uncommonness of your request made a moment's reflection necessary to convince me that a young lady of your sense and delicacy could mean no offence to decorum by making it. The word adventures carries in it so free and licentious a sound in the apprehensions of people at this period of time, that it can hardly with propriety be applied to those few and natural incidents which compose the history of a woman of honour. And when I tell you," pursued she with a smile, "that I was born and christened, had a useful and proper education, received the addresses of my lord, through the recommendation of my parents, and married him, with their consents and my own inclination, and that since we have lived in great harmony together, I have told you all the material passages of my life, which upon enquiry you will find differ very little from those of other women of the same rank, who have a moderate share of sense, prudence, and virtue." "Since you have already, madam," replied Arabella, blushing, "excused me for the liberty I took with you, it will be unnecessary to tell you it was grounded upon the customs of ancient times, when ladies of the highest rank and sublimest virtue were often exposed to a variety of cruel adventures, which they imparted in confidence to each other when chance brought them together." "Custom," said the Countess, smiling, "changes the very nature of things, and what was honourable 1,000 years ago may probably be looked upon as infamous now. A lady in the heroic age you speak of would not be thought to possess any great share of merit if she had not been many times carried away by one or other of her insolent lovers, whereas a beauty in this could not pass through the hands of several different ravishers without bringing an imputation upon her chastity. The same actions which made a man a hero in those times would constitute him a murderer in these, and the same steps which led him to a throne then would infallibly conduct him to a scaffold now." "But custom, madam," said Arabella, "cannot possibly change the nature of virtue or vice, and since virtue is the chief characteristic of a hero in the last age will be a hero in this—" "Though the natures of virtue or vice cannot be changed," replied the Countess, "yet they may be mistaken, and different principles, customs, and education may probably change their names, if not their natures." "Sure, madam," said Arabella, a little moved, "you do not intend by this inference to prove Orondates, Artaxerxes, Juba, Artaban, and the other heroes of antiquity bad men? Judging them by the rules of Christianity and our present notions of honour, justice, and humanity, they certainly are," replied the Countess. "Did they not possess all the necessary qualifications of heroes, madam?" said Arabella, "and each in superlative degree? Was not their valour invincible, their generosity unbounded, and their fidelity inviolable?" "It cannot be denied," said the Countess, "but that their valour was invincible, and many thousand men less courageous than themselves felt the fatal effects of that invincible valor, which was perpetually seeking after occasions to exert itself. Orondates gave many extraordinary proofs of that unbounded generosity so natural to the heroes of his time. This prince being sent by the king his father, at the head of an army, to oppose the Persian monarch, who had unjustly invaded his dominions, and was destroying the lives and properties of his subjects, having taken the wives and daughters of his enemy prisoners, had by these means an opportunity to put a period to a war so destructive to his country. Yet out of a generosity truly heroic he released them immediately, without any conditions, and falling in love with one of those princesses, secretly quitted his father's court, resided several years in that of the enemy of his father and country, engaged himself to his daughter, and when the war broke out again between the two kings, fought furiously against an army in which the king his father was in person, and shed the blood of his future subjects without remorse, though each of those subjects, we are told, would have sacrificed his life to save that of their prince, so much was he beloved. Such are the actions which immortalize the heroes of romance, and are by the authors of those books styled glorious, godlike, and divine. Yet judging of them as Christians, we shall find them impious and base, and directly opposite to our present notions of moral and relative duties. 'Tis certain, therefore, madam, added the Countess with a smile, that was virtue in those days, is vice in ours. And to form a hero according to our notions of him at present, 'tis necessary to give him qualities very different from Orondates. The secret charm in the countenance, voice, and manner of the Countess, joined to the force of her reasoning, could not fail of making some impression on the mind of Arabella. But it was such an impression as came far short of conviction. She was surprised, embarrassed, perplexed, but not convinced. Heroism, romantic heroism, was deeply rooted in her heart. It was her habit of thinking, a principle imbibed from education. She could not separate her ideas of glory, virtue, courage, generosity, and honor from the false representations of them in the actions of Orondates, Juba, Artaxerxes, and the rest of the imaginary heroes. The Countess's discourse had raised a kind of tumult in her thoughts, which gave an air of perplexity to her lovely face, and made that lady apprehensive she had gone too far, and lost that ground in her esteem, which she had endeavoured to acquire by a conformity to some of her notions and language. In this, however, she was mistaken. Arabella felt a tenderness for her that had already the force of a long contracted friendship, and an esteem little less than veneration. When the Countess took leave, the professions of Arabella, though delivered in the language of romance, were very sincere and affecting, and were returned with an equal degree of tenderness by the Countess, who had conceived more than an ordinary affection for her. Mr. Glanville, who could have almost worshipped the Countess for the generous design he saw she had entertained, took an opportunity as he handed her to her chair, to entreat in a manner as earnestly as polite, that she would continue the happiness of her acquaintance to his cousin, which, with a smile of mingled dignity and sweetness, she assured him of. End of Book 8, Chapter 7.
Book 8, Chapter 8 of the Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Meilinger. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox. Book 8, Chapter 8. Which concludes Book the 8th. Mr. Glanville at his return to the dining-room, finding Arabella retired, told his father in the rapture of joy that the charming Countess would certainly make a convert of Lady Bella. "Methinks," said the baronet, "she has as strange whims in her head as my niece. Edzard, what a deal of stuff she did talk about! A parcel of heroes, as she called them, with confounded hard names. In my mind she is more likely to make Lady Bella worse than better." Mr. Glanville, a little vexed at his father's misapprehension, endeavoured with as much delicacy as he could to set him right with regard to the Countess, so that he brought him at last to confess she managed the thing very well. The Countess, who resolved to take Arabella openly into her protection, was thinking on means to engage her to appear at the assembly, whither she proposed to accompany her in a modern dress. But her good intentions towards our lovely heroine were suspended by the account she received of her mother's indisposition, which commanded her immediate attendance to her at her seat inn. Her sudden departure gave Arabella an extreme uneasiness, and proved a cruel disappointment to Mr. Glanville, who had founded all his hopes of her recovery on the conversation of that lady. Sir Charles, having affairs that required his presence in London, proposed to his niece the leaving Bath in a few days, to which she consented, and accordingly they set out for London in Arabella's coach and six, attended by several servants on horseback, her women having been sent away before in the stage. Nothing very remarkable happened during this journey, so we shall not trouble our readers with several small mistakes of Arabella's, such as her supposing a neat country girl, who was riding behind a man, to be some lady or princess in disguise, forced away by a lover she hated, and entreating Mr. Glanville to attempt her rescue, which occasioned some little debate between her and Sir Charles, who could not be persuaded to believe it was as she said, and forbid his son to meddle in other people's affairs. Several of these sort of mistakes, as we said before, we omit, and will therefore, if our reader pleases, bring our heroine without further delay to London. End of Book 8, Chapter 8.
Book 9, Chapter 1 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox. Book 9, Chapter 1, in which is related an admirable adventure. Miss Glanville, whose spirits were greatly exhilarated at their entrance into London, that seat of magnificence and pleasure, congratulated her cousin upon the entertainment she would receive from the new and surprising objects which every day for a considerable time would furnish her with, and ran over the catalogue of diversions with such a volubility of tongue as drew a gentle reprimand from her father, and made her keep a sullen silence till they were set down in St. James's Square, the place of their residence in town. Sir Charles having ordered his late lady's apartment to be prepared for the accommodation of his niece, as soon as the first civilities were over she retired to her chamber, where she employed herself in giving her women directions for placing her books, of which she had brought a moderate quantity to London, in her closet. Miss Glanville, as soon as she had dispatched away some 100 cards to her acquaintance, to give them notice she was in town, attended Arabella in her own apartment, and as they sat at the tea she begun to regulate the diversions of the week, naming the drawing-room, park, concert, Ranelagh, Lady Blank Assembly, the Duchess of Rant, Vauxhall, and a long etc. of visits, at which Arabella, with an accent that expressed her surprise, asked her if she supposed she intended to stay in town 3 or 4 years.
"Law, cousin," said Miss Glanville, "all this is but the amusement of a few days."
"Amusement, do you say?" replied Arabella. "Methinks it seems to be the sole employment of those days, and what you call the amusement must of necessity be the business of life."
"You are always so grave, cousin," said Miss Glanville, "one does not know what to say to you. However, I shan't press you to go to public places against your inclination, yet you'll condescend to receive a few visits, I suppose."
"Yes," replied Arabella, "and if among the ladies whom I shall see I find any like the amiable Countess of Blank, I shall not scruple to enter into the most tender amity with them."
"The Countess of Blank is very well, to be sure," said Miss Glanville, "yet I don't know how it is, she does not suit my taste. She is very particular in a great many things, and knows too much for a lady, as I heard my Lord Fribbles say one day. Then she is quite unfashionable. She hates cards, keeps no assembly, is seen but seldom at public places, and, in my opinion, as well as in a great many others, is the dullest company in the world. I'm sure I met her at a visit a little before I went down to your seat, and she had not been a quarter of an hour in the room before she set a whole circle of ladies a-yawning.
Arabella, though she had a sincere contempt for her cousin's manner of thinking, yet always politely concealed it, and vexed as she was at her sneers upon the Countess, she contented herself with gently defending her, telling her at the same time that till she met with a lady who had more merit than the Countess possessed, she should always possess the first place in her esteem. Arabella, who had from youth adopted the resentments of her father, refused to make her appearance at court, which Sir Charles gently intimated to her, yet being not wholly divested of the curiosity natural to her sex, she condescended to go incog. To the gallery on a ball night, accompanied by Mr. Glanville and his sister, in order to behold the splendour of the British court. As her romances had long familiarized her thoughts to objects of grandeur and magnificence, she was not so much struck as might have been expected with those that now presented themselves to her view, nor was she a little disappointed to find that among the men she saw none whose appearance came up to her ideas of the air and port of an Artaban, or Orondates, or Juba, or any of the ladies, who did not, in her opinion, fall short of the perfections of Elisa, Mandana, Statira, etc. 'Twas remarkable, too, that she never inquired how often the princesses had been carried away by captivated monarchs, or how many victories the king's sons had gained, but seemed the whole time she was there to have suspended all her romantic ideas of glory, beauty, gallantry, and love. Mr. Glanville was highly pleased with her composed behaviour, and a day or two after entreated her to allow him the honour of showing her what was remarkable and worthy of her observation in this great metropolis. To this she also consented, and for the greater privacy began their travels in a hired coach. Part of several days were taken up in this employment, but Mr. Glanville had the mortification to find she was full of allusions to her romances upon every occasion, such as her asking the person who shows the armoury at the Tower the names of the knights to whom each suit belonged, and wondering there were no devices on the shields or plumes of feathers in the helmets. She observed that the lion Lysimachus killed was, according to the history of that prince, much larger than any of those she was showed in the Tower, and also much fiercer. Took notice that St. Paul's was less magnificent in the inside than the temple in which Cyrus, when he went to Mandana, heard her return thanks for his supposed death, inquired if it was not customary for the king and his whole court to sail in barges upon the Thames, as Augustus used to do upon the Tiber, whether they had not music and collations in the park, and where they celebrated the jousts and tournaments. The season for Vauxhall being not yet over, she was desirous of once seeing a place, which by the description she had heard of it, greatly resembled the gardens of Lucullus at Rome, in which the emperor, with all the princes and princesses of his court, were so nobly entertained, and where so many gallant conversations had passed among those admirable persons. The singularity of her dress, for she was covered with her veil, drew a number of gazers after her, who pressed round her with so little respect that she was greatly embarrassed, and had thoughts of quitting the place, delightful as she owned it, immediately, when her attention was wholly engrossed by an adventure in which she soon interested herself very deeply. An officer of rank in the sea service had brought his mistress, disguised in a suit of man's or rather boy's clothes, and a hat and feather, into the gardens. The young creature, being a little intoxicated with the wine she had taken too freely, was thrown so much off her guard as to give occasion to some of the company to suspect her sex, and a gay fellow, in order to give them some diversion at her expense, pretending to be affronted at something she said, drew his sword upon the disguised fair one, which so alarmed her that she shrieked out she was a woman, and ran for protection to her lover, who was so disordered with liquor that he was not able to defend her. Miss Glanville, ever curious and inquisitive, demanded the cause why the company ran in crowds to that particular spot, and received for answer that a gentleman had drawn his sword upon a lady disguised in a man's habit.
"Oh, heavens!" cried Arabella, "this must certainly be a very notable adventure. The lady has doubtless some extraordinary circumstances in her story, and haply upon inquiry her misfortunes will be found to resemble those which obliged the beautiful Aspasia to put on the same disguise, who was by that means murdered by the cruel Zenodorus, in a fit of jealousy at the amity his wife expressed for her. But can I not see this unfortunate fair one?" added she, pressing in spite of Mr. Glanville's entreaty through the crowd. I may haply be able to afford her some consolation."
Mr. Glanville, finding his persuasions were not regarded, followed her with very little difficulty, for her veil falling back in her hurry, she did not mind to replace it, and the charms of her face, joined to the majesty of her person, and singularity of her dress, attracting every person's attention and respect, they made way for her to pass, not a little surprised at the extreme earnestness and solemnity that appeared in her countenance upon an event so diverting to every one else. The disguised lady whom she was endeavouring to approach had thrown herself upon a bench in one of the boxes, trembling still with the apprehension of the sword, though her antagonist was kneeling at her feet, making love to her in mock heroics for the diversion of the company. Her hat and peruke had fallen off in her fright, and her hair, which had been turned up under it, hung now loosely around her neck, and gave such an appearance of woe to a face, which, notwithstanding the paleness that terror had overspread it with, was really extremely pretty, that Arabella was equally struck with compassion and admiration of her.
"Lovely unknown," said she to her with an air of extreme tenderness, "though I am a stranger both to your name and history, yet your aspect persuading me your quality is not mean, and the condition and disguise in which I behold you, showing that you are unfortunate, permits me to offer you all the assistances in my power, seeing that I am moved thereto by my compassion for your distress, and that esteem which the sight of you must necessarily inspire."
Mr. Glanville was struck dumb with confusion at this strange speech, and at the whispers and scoffs it occasioned among the spectators. He attempted to take hold of her hand in order to lead her away, but she disengaged herself from him with a frown of displeasure, and taking no notice of Miss Glanville, who whispered with great emotion, "Lord, cousin, how you expose yourself!" pressed nearer to the beautiful disguised, and again repeated her offers of service. The girl, being perfectly recovered from her intoxication by the fright she had been in, gazed upon Arabella with a look of extreme surprise. Yet being moved to respect by the dignity of her appearance, and strange as her words seemed to be by the obliging purport of them, and the affecting earnestness with which they were delivered, she rose from her seat and thanked her, with an accent full of regard and submission.
"Fair maid," said Arabella, taking her hand, "let us quit this place, where your discovery may probably subject you to more dangers. If you will be pleased to put yourself into my protection, and acquaint me with the history of your misfortunes, I have interest enough with a valiant person who shall undertake to free you from your persecutions, and re-establish the repose of your life."
The kneeling hero, who as well as every one else that were present, had gazed with astonishment at Arabella during all this passage, perceiving she was about to rob him of the disguised fair, seized hold of the hand she had at liberty, and swore he would not part with her. Mr. Glanville, almost mad with vexation, endeavoured to get Arabella away. "Are you mad, madam," said he in a whisper, "to make all this rout about a prostitute? Do you see how everybody stares at you? What will they think? For heaven's sake let us be gone."
"What, sir!" replied Arabella in a rage, "are you base enough to leave this admirable creature in the power of that man, who is questionless her ravisher, and will you not draw your sword in her defence?"
"Heyday!" cried the sea officer, waked out of his stupid doze by the clamour about him. "What's the matter here? What are you doing? Where's my Lucy? Zounds! Sir," said he to the young fellow who held her, "what business have you with my Lucy?" And uttering a dreadful oath, drew out his sword, and staggered towards his gay rival, who, observing the weakness of his antagonist, flourished with his sword to show his courage and frighten the ladies, who all ran away screaming. Arabella, taking Miss Glanville under the arm, cried out to Mr. Glanville as she left the place, to take care of the distressed lady, and while the two combatants were disputing for her, to carry her away in safety. But Mr. Glanville, without regarding this injunction, hastened after her, and to pacify her told her the lady was rescued by her favourite lover, and carried off in triumph.
"But are you sure," said Arabella, "it was not some other of her ravishers who carried her away, and not the person whom she has happily favoured with her affection? May not the same thing have happened to her as did to the beautiful Candace, Queen of Ethiopia, who, while two of her ravishers were fighting for her, a third whom she took for her deliverer came and carried her away?"
"But she went away willingly, I assure you, madam," said Mr. Glanville. "Pray don't be in any concern about her."
"If she went away willingly with him," replied Arabella, "'tis probable it may not be another ravisher, and yet if this person that rescued her happened to be in armour, and the visor of his helmet down, she might be mistaken as well as Queen Candace."
"Well, well, he was not in armour, madam," said Mr. Glanville, almost beside himself with vexation at her folly.
"You seem to be disturbed, sir," said Arabella, a little surprised at his peevish tone. "Is there anything in this adventure which concerns you? Nay, now I remember, you did not offer to defend the beautiful unknown. I am not willing to impute your inaction upon such an occasion to want of courage or generosity. Perhaps you are acquainted with her history, and from this knowledge refuse to engage in her defence."
Mr. Glanville, perceiving the company gather from all parts to the walk they were in, told her he would acquaint her with all he knew concerning the disguised lady when they were in the coach on their return home, and Arabella, impatient for the promised story, proposed to leave the gardens immediately, which was gladly complied with by Mr. Glanville, who heartily repented his having carried her thither. End of Book 9, Chapter 1.
Book 9, Chapter 2 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox, Book 9, Chapter 2. Which ends with a very unfavourable prediction for our heroine. As soon as they were seated in the coach, she did not fail to call upon him to perform his promise, but Mr. Glanville, excessively out of humour at her exposing herself in the gardens, replied, without considering whether he should not offend her, that he knew no more of the disguised lady than anybody else in the place. "How, sir," replied Arabella, "did you not promise to relate her adventures to me? And would you have me believe you knew no more of them than the rest of the cavaliers and ladies in the place?" "Upon my soul, I don't, madam," replied Glanville. "Yet what I know of her is sufficient to let me understand she was not worth the consideration you seemed to have for her." "She cannot sure be more indiscreet than the fair and unfortunate Hermione," replied Arabella, "who, like her, put on man's apparel, through despair at the ill success of her passion for Alexander. And certain it is, that though the beautiful Hermione was guilty of one great error which lost her the esteem of Alexander, yet she had a high and noble soul, as was manifest by her behaviour and words when she was run through by the sword of Demetrius. 'Oh, Death!' cried she, as she was falling, 'how sweet do I find thee, and how much and how earnestly have I desired thee!' 'O Lord, O Lord!' cried Mr. Glanville, hardly sensible of what he said. 'Was there ever anything so intolerable?' 'Do you pity the unhappy Hermione, sir?' said Arabella, interpreting his exclamation her own way. 'Indeed she is well worthy of your compassion; and if the bare recital of the words she uttered at receiving her death's wound affects you so much, you may guess what would have been your agonies, had you been Demetrius that gave it to her.' Here Mr. Glanville groaning aloud through impatience at her absurdities. 'This subject affects you deeply, I perceive,' said Arabella. 'There is no question but you would have acted in the same circumstance as Demetrius did. Yet let me tell you, the extravagancy of his rage and despair for what he had innocently committed was imputed to him as a great imbecility, as was also the violent passion he conceived soon after for the fair Didymia. You know the accident which brought that fair princess into his way?' 'Indeed I do not, madam,' said Glanville peevishly. 'Well, then I'll tell you,' said Arabella, but pausing a little. 'The recital I have engaged myself to make,' added she, 'will necessarily take up some hours' time, as upon reflection I have found. So if you will dispense with my beginning it at present, I will satisfy your curiosity to morrow, when I may be able to pursue it without interruption.' To this Mr. Glanville made no other answer than a bow with his head, and the coach, a few moments after arriving at their own house, he led her to her apartment, firmly resolved never to attend her to any more public places, while she continued in the same ridiculous folly. Sir Charles, who had several times been in doubt whether Arabella was not really disordered in her senses, upon Miss Glanvill's account of her behaviour at the Gardens, concluded she was absolutely mad, and held a short debate with himself whether he ought not to bring a commission of lunacy against her, rather than marry her to his son, whom he was persuaded could never be happy with a wife so unaccountably absurd. Though he only hinted at this to Mr. Glanville, in a conversation he had with him, while his dissatisfaction was at its height concerning Arabella, yet the bare supposition that his father ever thought of such a thing threw the young gentleman into such agonies, that Sir Charles, to compose him, protested he would do nothing in relation to his niece that he would not approve of. Yet he expostulated with him on the absurdity of her behaviour, and the ridicule to which she exposed herself wherever she went, appealing to him whether in a wife he could think those follies supportable which in a mistress occasioned him so much confusion. Mr. Glanville, as much in love as he was, felt all the force of his inference, and acknowledged to his father that he could not think of marrying Arabella till the whims her romances had put into her head were erased by a better knowledge of life and manners; but he added with a sigh, that he knew not how this reformation would be effected, for she had such a strange facility in reconciling every incident to her own fantastic ideas, that every new object added strength to the fatal deception she laboured under. End of Book 9, Chapter 2.
The Female Quixote by Charlotte Lennox, Volume 1, Book 9, Chapter 3. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote by Charlotte Lennox, Volume 2, Book 9, Chapter 3, in which Arabella meets with another admirable adventure. Our lovely heroine had not been about a fortnight in London before the gross air of that smoky town affected her health so much that Sir Charles proposed to her to go for a few weeks to Richmond, where he hired a house elegantly furnished for her reception. Miss Glanville had been too long out of that darling city to pay her the compliment of attending her constantly at Richmond, yet she promised to be as often as possible with her, and Sir Charles, having affairs that could not dispense with his absence from town, placed his steward in her house, being a person whose prudence and fidelity he could rely upon, and he, with her women and 2 or 3 other menial servants, made up her equipage. As it was not consistent with decorum for Mr. Glanville to reside in her house, he contented himself with riding to Richmond generally every day, and as long as Arabella was pleased with that retirement, he resolved not to press her return to town till the Countess of arrived, in whose conversation he grounded all his hopes of her cure. At that season of the year, Richmond not being quite deserted by company, Arabella was visited by several ladies of fashion, who, charmed with her affability, politeness, and good sense, were strangely perplexed how to account for some peculiarities in her dress and manner of thinking. Some of the younger sort, from whom Arabella's extraordinary beauty took away all pretensions to equality on that score, made themselves extremely merry with her oddnesses, as they called them, and gave broad intimations that her head was not right. As for Arabella, whose taste was as delicate, sentiments as refined, and judgment as clear as any person's could be who believed the authenticity of Scudery's romances, she was strangely disappointed to find no lady with whom she could converse with any tolerable pleasure, and that instead of Clelias, Statiras, Mandanas, etc., she found only Miss Glanville among all she knew. The comparison she drew between such as these and the charming Countess of , whom she had just begun to be acquainted with at Bath, increased her regret for the interruption that was given to so agreeable a friendship, and it was with infinite pleasure Mr. Glanville heard her repeatedly wish for the arrival of that admirable lady, as she always called her, in town. Not being able to relish the insipid conversation of the young ladies that visited her at Richmond, her chief amusement was to walk in the park there, which, because of its rural privacy, was extremely agreeable to her inclinations. Here she indulged contemplation, leaning on the arm of her faithful Lucy, while her other women walked at some distance behind her, and 2 men servants kept her always in sight. One evening, when she was returning from her usual walk, she heard the sound of a woman's voice, which seemed to proceed from a tuft of trees that hid her from view, and stopping a moment, distinguished some plaintive accents, which increasing her curiosity, she advanced towards the place, telling Lucy she was resolved if possible to discover who the distressed lady was, and what was the subject of her affliction. As she drew nearer with softly treading steps, she could distinguish through the branches of the trees, now despoiled of great part of their leaves, Two women seated on the ground, their backs toward her, and one of them with her head gently reclined on the other's shoulder, seemed by her mournful action to be weeping, for she often put her handkerchief to her eyes, breathing every time a sigh, which, as Arabella phrased it, seemed to proceed from the deepest recesses of her heart. This adventure, more worthy indeed to be styled an adventure than all our fair heroine had ever yet met with, and so conformable to what she had read in romances, filled her heart with eager expectation. She made a sign to Lucy to make no noise, and creeping still closer towards the place where this afflicted person sat, she heard her distinctly utter these words, which however were often interrupted with her sighs. Ah, Ariamenes, whom I to my misfortune have too much loved, and whom to my misfortune I fear I shall never sufficiently hate, since that heaven in thy cruel ingratitude hath ordained that thou shalt never be mine, and that so many sweet and dear hopes are for ever taken from me, return me at least, ungrateful man, return me those testimonies of my innocent affection which were sometimes so dear and precious to thee. Return me those favours, which, all innocent as they were, are become criminal by thy crime. Return me, cruel man, return me those relics of my heart which thou detainest in despite of me, and which, notwithstanding thy infidelity, I cannot recover. Here, her tears interrupting her speech, Arabella, being impatient to know the history of this afflicted person, came softly round to the other side, and showing herself, occasioned some disturbance to the sad unknown, who, rising from her seat, with her face averted, as if ashamed of having so far disclosed her sorrows in a stranger's hearing, endeavoured to pass by her unnoticed. Arabella, perceiving her design, stopped her with a very graceful action, and with a voice all composed of sweetness, earnestly conjured her to relate her history. "Think not, lovely unknown," said she, for she was really very pretty, "that my endeavours to detain you proceed from an indiscreet curiosity. 'Tis true some complaints which have fallen from your fair mouth have raised in me a desire to be acquainted with your adventures, but this desire has its foundation in that compassion your complaints have filled me with, and if I wish to know your misfortunes, 'tis only with a view of affording you some consolation." "Pardon me, madam," said the fair afflicted, gazing on Arabella with many signs of admiration, "if my confusion at being overheard in a place I had chosen to bewail my misfortunes made me be guilty of some appearance of rudeness, not seeing the admirable person I wanted to avoid. But," pursued she, hesitating a little, "those characters of beauty I behold in your face, and the gracefulness of your deportment, convincing me that you can be of no ordinary rank, I will the less scruple to acquaint you with my adventures, and the cause of those complaints you have heard proceed from my mouth." Arabella, assuring her that whatever her misfortunes were, she might depend upon all the assistance in her power, seated herself near her at the foot of the tree where she had been sitting, and giving Lucy orders to join the rest of her women, and stay at a distance till she made a sign to them to advance, she prepared to listen to the adventures of the fair unknown, who, after some little pause, began to relate them in this manner. End of Book 9, Chapter 3. The Female Quixote by Charlotte Lennox, Volume 2, Book 9, Chapter 4. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox, Book 9, Chapter 4, in which is related the history of the Princess of Gaul. My name, madam, is Cynetia, my birth illustrious enough, seeing that I am the daughter of a sovereign prince, who possesses a large and spacious territory in what is now called ancient Gaul. What, madam? Interrupted Arabella. Are you a princess, then? Questionless I am, madam, replied the lady, and a princess happy and prosperous till the felicity of my life was interrupted by the perfidious Ariamenes. Pardon me, madam, interrupted Arabella again, that my ignorance of your quality made me deficient in those respects which are due to your high birth, and which, notwithstanding those characters of greatness I might read in the lineaments of your visage, I yet neglected to pay, alas! Madam, said the stranger, that little beauty which the heavens bestowed on me only to make me wretched, as by the event it has proved, has long since taken its flight, and together with my happiness I have lost that which made me unhappy, and certain it is grief has made such ravages among what might once have been thought tolerable in my face, that I should not be surprised if my being no longer fair should make you with difficulty believe I ever was so. Arabella, after a proper compliment in answer to this speech, entreated the princess to go on with her history, who, hesitating a little, complied with her request. Be pleased to know then, madam, said she, that being bred up with all imaginable tenderness in my father's court, I had no sooner arrived to my 16th year than I saw myself surrounded with lovers, who nevertheless, such was the severity with which I behaved myself, concealed their passions under a respectful silence, well knowing banishment from my presence was the least punishment they had to expect, if they presumed to declare their sentiments to me. I lived in this fashion, madam, for 2 years longer, rejoicing in the insensibility of my own heart, and triumphing in the sufferings of others, when my tranquillity was all at once interrupted by an accident which I am going to relate to you. The princess stopped here to give vent to some sighs which a cruel remembrance forced from her, and continuing in a deep muse for 5 or 6 minutes, resumed her story in this manner. It being my custom to walk in a forest adjoining to one of my father's summer residences, attended only by my women, one day when I was taking this amusement, I perceived at some distance a man lying on the ground, and impelled by a sudden curiosity, I advanced towards this person, whom upon a nearer view I perceived to have been wounded very much, and fainted away through loss of blood. His habit being very rich, I concluded by that he was of no mean quality, but when I had looked upon his countenance, pale and languishing as it was, methought there appeared so many marks of greatness, accompanied with a sweetness so happily blended, that my attention was engaged in an extraordinary manner, and interested me so powerfully in his safety, that I commanded some of my women to run immediately for proper assistance, and convey him to the castle, while I directed others to throw some water in his face, and to apply some linen to his wounds to stop the bleeding. These charitable cares restored the wounded stranger to his senses. He opened his eyes, and turning them slowly to the objects around him, fixed at last their languishing looks on me, when, moved, as it should seem, to some respect by what he saw in my countenance, he rose with some difficulty from the ground, and bowing almost down to it again, by that action seemed to pay me his acknowledgments for what he supposed I had done for his preservation. His extreme weakness having obliged him to creep towards a tree, against the back of which he supported himself, I went nearer to him, and having told him the condition in which I found him, and the orders I had dispatched for assistance, requested him to acquaint me with his name and quality, and the adventure which had brought him into that condition. "My name, madam," answered he, "is Ariamenes. My birth is noble enough. I have spent some years in my travels, and was returning to my native country, when, passing through this forest, I was seized with an inclination to sleep. I had tied my horse to a tree, and retiring some few paces off, stretched myself at the foot of a large oak, whose branches promised me an agreeable shade. I had not yet closed my eyes when the slumber I invited was dissipated by the sound of some voices near me. A curiosity not natural to me made me listen to the discourse of these persons, whom by the tone of their voices, though I could not see them, I knew to be men. In short, madam, I was a witness to a most horrible scheme which they concerted together. My weaknesses will not permit me to enter into an exact detail of all I heard. The result of their conference was to seize the princess of this country and carry her off. Here, pursued Cynetia, I interrupted the stranger with a loud cry, which giving him to understand whom I was, he apologized in the most graceful manner imaginable for the little respect he had hitherto paid me. I then entreated him to tell me if he had any opportunity of hearing the name of my designed ravisher, to whom he replied that he understood it to be Taxander. This man, madam, was one of my father's favourites, and had been secretly in love with me. Ariamenes then informed me that, being inflamed with rage against these impious villains, he rose from the ground, remounted his horse, and defied the two traitors aloud, threatening them with death unless they abandoned their impious design. Taxander made no answer, but rushed furiously upon him, and had the baseness to suffer his wicked associate to assist him. But the valiant Ariamenes, though he spoke modestly of his victory, yet gave me to understand that he had made both the villains abandon their wicked enterprise with their lives, and that dismounting, in order to see if they were quite dead, he found himself so faint with the wounds he had received from them both, that he had not the strength to remount his horse, but crawling on in hopes of meeting with some assistance, fainted away at last through weariness and loss of blood. While he was giving me this account, the chariot I had sent for arrived, and having made such acknowledgments as the obligation I had received from him demanded, I caused him to get into the chariot, and sending one with him to acquaint the prince my father with all that had happened, and the merit of this valiant stranger, I returned the same way I came with my women, my thoughts being wholly engrossed by this unknown. The service he had done me filled me with a gratitude and esteem for him, which prepared my heart for those tender sentiments I afterwards entertained to the ruin of my repose. I will not retire your patience, madam, with a minute detail of all the succeeding passages in my story. It shall suffice to tell you that Ariamenes was received with extraordinary marks of esteem by my father, that his cure was soon completed, and that having vowed himself to my service, and declared an unalterable passion for me, I permitted him to love me, and gave him that share in my heart which I fear not all his infidelities will ever deprive him of. His attachment to me was soon suspected by Taxander's relations, who, having secretly vowed his ruin, endeavoured to discover if I had admitted his addresses, and having made themselves masters of our secrets, by means of the treachery of one of my women, procured information to be given to my father of our mutual passion. Alas! what mischiefs did not this fatal discovery produce! My father, enraged to the last degree at this intelligence, confined me to my apartments, and ordered Arimenes to leave his dominions within 3 days. Spare me, madam, the repetition of what passed at our last sad interview, which by large bribes to my guards he obtained. His fears, his agonies, his vows of everlasting fidelity, so soothed my melancholy at parting with him, and persuaded me of his constancy, that I waited for several months with perfect tranquillity for the performance of the promise he made me, to do my father such considerable services in the war he was engaged in with one of his neighbours, as should oblige him to give me to him for his reward. But, alas! 2 years rolled on without bringing back the unfaithful Arimenes. My father died, and my brother who succeeded him, being about to force me to marry a prince whom I detested, I secretly quitted the court, and attended only by this faithful confidant, whom you behold with me, and some few of my trusty domestics. I came hither in search of Arimenes, he having told me this country was the place of his birth. Apollinaur, the most prudent and faithful of my servants, undertook to find out the ungrateful Arimenes, whom yet I was willing to find excuses for, but all his inquiries were to no effect. The name of Arimenes was not known in this part of the world. Tired out with unsuccessful inquiries, I resolved to seek out some obscure plan, where I might in secret lament my misfortunes, and expect the end of them in death. My attendants found me out such a retreat as I wanted, in a neighbouring village, which they call Twickenham, I think, from whence I often make excursions to this park, attended only as you see, and here indulge myself in complaints upon the cruelty of my destiny. Sorrowful Cynetia here ended her story, to which in the course of her relation she had given a great many interruptions through the violence of her grief; and Arabella, after having said everything she could think on to alleviate her affliction, earnestly entreated her to accept of an asylum at her house, where she should be treated with all the respect due her illustrious birth. The afflicted lady, though she respectfully declined this offer, yet expressed a great desire of commencing a strict amity with our fair heroine, who, on her part, made her the most tender protestations of friendship. The evening being almost closed, they parted with great reluctancy on both sides, mutually promising to meet in the same place the next day. Cynetia having enjoined her new friend absolute secrecy, Arabella was under a necessity of keeping this adventure to herself; and though she longed to tell Mr. Glanville, who came to visit her the next day, that the Countess was extremely mistaken when she maintained there were no more wandering princesses in the world, yet the engagement she had submitted to kept her silent. End of Book 9, Chapter 4. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox, Book 9, Chapter 5. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, Book 9, Chapter 5. A very mysterious chapter. Arabella, who impatiently longed for the hour of meeting the fair princess, with whom she was extremely delighted, consulted her watch so often, and discovered so much restlessness and anxiety, that Mr. Glanville began to be surprised, and the more, as she peremptorily commanded him not to attend her in her evening walk. This prohibition, which, though he durst not dispute, he secretly resolved to disobey, and as soon as she set out for the park with her usual attendants, he slipped out by a back door, and keeping her in his sight, himself unseen, he ventured to watch her motions. As he had expected to unravel some great mystery, he was agreeably disappointed to find she continued her walk in the park with great composure, and though she was soon joined by the imaginary princess, yet conceiving her to be some young lady with whom she had commenced an acquaintance at Richmond, his heart was at rest, and for fear of displeasing her he took a contrary path from that she was in, that he might not meet her, yet resolved to stay till he thought she would be inclined to return, and then show himself and conduct her home, a solicitude for which he did not imagine she need be offended. The two ladies being met, after reciprocal compliments, the princess entreated Arabella to relate her adventures, who, not being willing to violate the laws of romance, which require an unbounded confidence upon these occasions, began very succinctly to recount the history of her life, which, as she managed it, contained events almost as romantic and incredible as any in her romances, winding them up with a confession that she did not hate Mr. Glanville, who she acknowledged to be one of the most faithful and zealous of lovers. Cynetia, with a sigh, congratulated her upon the fidelity of a lover, who by her description was worthy the place he possessed in her esteem, and expressing a wish that she could see, unobserved by him, this gallant and generous person, Arabella, who that moment espied him at a distance, yet advancing towards them, told her, with a blush that overspread all her face, that her curiosity might be satisfied in the manner she wished for. "Yonder," added she, "is the person we have been talking of." Cynetia, at these words, looking toward the place where her fair friend had directed, no sooner cast her eyes upon Mr. Glanville than, giving a loud cry, she sunk into the arms of Arabella, who, astonished and perplexed as she was, eagerly held them out to support her. Finding her in a swoon, she despatched Lucy, who was near her, to look for some water to throw in her face; but that lady, breathing a deep sigh, opened her languishing eyes, and fixed a melancholy look upon Arabella. "Ah, madam," said she, "wonder not at my affliction and surprise, since in the person of your lover I behold the ungrateful Ariamenes." "O heavens, my fair princess," replied Arabella, "what is it you say? Is it possible Glanville can be Ariamenes?" "He!" cried the afflicted princess with a disordered accent, "he, whom I now behold, and whom you call Glanville, was once Ariamenes," she perjured, "the ungrateful Ariamenes! Adieu, madam, I cannot bear this sight. I will hide myself from the world for ever, nor need you fear a rival or an enemy in your unfortunate Cynetia, who, if possible, will cease to love the unfaithful Ariamenes, and will never hate the beautiful Arabella." Saying this, without giving her time to answer, she took hold of her confidant by the arm, and went away with so much swiftness that she went out of sight before Arabella was enough recovered from her astonishment to be able to entreat her stay. Our charming heroine, ignorant till now of the true state of her heart, was surprised to find it assaulted at once by all the passions which attended disappointed love. Grief, rage, jealousy, and despair made so cruel a war in her gentle bosom, that, unable either to express or to conceal the strong emotions with which she was agitated, she gave way to a violent burst of tears, leaning her head upon Lucy's shoulder, who wept as heartily as her lady, though ignorant of the cause of her affliction. Mr. Glanville, who was now near enough to take notice of her posture, came running with eager heart to see what was the matter. When Arabella, roused from her ecstasy of grief by the sound of his steps, lifted up her head, and seeing him approach, "Lucy," cried she, trembling with the violence of her resentment, "tell that traitor to keep out of my sight. Tell him I forbid him ever to appear before me again. And tell him," added she, with a sigh that shook her whole tender frame, "all the blood in his body is too little to wash away his guilt, or to pacify my indignation." Then hastily turning away, she ran towards her other attendants, who were at some distance, and joining her women, proceeded directly home. Mr. Glanville, amazed at this action, was making after her as fast as he could, when Lucy, crossing in his way, cried out to stop him. "My lady," said she, "bid me tell you, traitor—" "Heyday!" interrupted Glanville, "what the devil does the girl mean?" "Pray, sir," said she, "let me deliver my message. I shall forget if you speak to me till I have said it all." "Stay, let me see what comes next. No more traitor, I hope," said Glanville. "No, sir," said Lucy, "but there was something about washing in blood, and you must keep out of her sight, and not appear before the nation. Oh dear! I forgot it half. My lady was in such a piteous taking, I forgot it, I believe, as soon as she said it. What shall I do?" "No matter," said Glanville, "I'll overtake her and ask." "No, no, sir," said Lucy, "pray don't do that, sir. My lady will be very angry. I'll venture to ask her to tell me over again, and come back and let you know it." "But tell me," replied Glanville, "was anything the matter with your lady? She was in a piteous taking, you say?" "Oh dear, yes, sir," said Lucy, "but I was not bid to say anything about that. To be sure, my lady did cry sadly, and sighed as if her heart would break, but I don't know what was the matter with her." "Well," said Glanville, excessively shocked at this intelligence, "go to your lady. I am going home. You may bring me her message to my own apartment." Lucy did as she was desired, and Mr. Glanville, impatient as he was to unravel the mystery, yet dreading lest his presence should make Arabella be guilty of some extravagance before the servants who were with her, he followed slowly after her, resolving, if possible, to procure a private interview with the lovely visionary, for whose sorrow, though he suspected it was owing to some ridiculous cause, he could not help being affected. End of Book 9, Chapter 5.
Book 9, Chapter 6 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox. Book 9, Chapter 6, not much plainer than the former. Arabella, who had walked as fast as her legs would carry her, got home before Lucy could overtake her, and retiring to her chamber, gave way to a fresh burst of grief, and bewailed the infidelity of Glanville in terms befitting a Clelia or Mandana. As soon as she saw Lucy enter, she started from her chair with great emotion.
"Thou comest," said she, "I know, to intercede for that ungrateful man, whose infidelity I am weak enough to lament. But open not thy mouth, I charge thee, in his defence." "No, indeed, madam," said Lucy. "Nor bring me any account of his tears, his desperation, or his despair," said Arabella, "since questionless he will feign them all to deceive me." Here Glanville, who had watched Lucy's coming, and had followed her into Arabella's apartment, appeared at the door. "O heavens!" cried Arabella, lifting up her fine eyes, "can it be that this disloyal man, unawed by the discovery of his guilt, again presumes to approach me?"
"Dearest cousin," said Glanville, "what is the meaning of all this? How have I disobliged you? What is my offence? I beseech you, tell me."
"Ask the inconstant Ariamenes," replied Arabella, "the offence of the ungrateful Glanville. The betrayer of Cynetia can best answer that question to the deceiver of Arabella, and the guilt of the one can only be compared to the crimes of the other."
"Good God!" interrupted Mr. Glanville, fretting excessively, "what am I to understand by all this? On my soul, madam, I don't know the meaning of one word you say."
"O dissembler!" said Arabella, "is it thus that thou wouldst impose upon my credulity? Does not the name of Ariamenes make thee tremble then? And canst thou hear that of Cynetia without confusion?"
"Dear Lady Bella," said Glanville, smiling, "what are these names to me?"
"False man!" interrupted Arabella, "dost thou presume to sport with thy crimes then? Are not the treacheries of Ariamenes the crimes of Glanville? Could Ariamenes be false to the Princess of Gaul, and can Glanville be innocent towards Arabella?"
Mr. Glanville, who had never heard her, in his opinion, talk so ridiculously before, was so amazed at the incomprehensible stuff she uttered with so much emotion, that he began to fear her intellects were really touched. This thought gave him a concern that spread itself in a moment over his countenance. He gazed on her with a fixed attention, dreading, yet wishing she would speak again, equally divided between his hopes that her next speech would remove his suspicion, and his fears that it might more confirm them. Arabella, taking notice of his pensive posture, turned away her head, lest by beholding him she should relent, and treat him with less severity than she had intended, making at the same time a sign to him to be gone. "Indeed, Lady Bella," said Glanville, who understood her perfectly well, "I cannot leave you in this temper. I must know how I have been so unfortunate as to offend you." Arabella, no longer able to contain herself, burst into tears at this question. With one hand she made repeated signs to him to be gone, with the other she held her handkerchief to her eyes, vexed and ashamed at her weakness. But Mr. Glanville, excessively shocked at this sight, instead of leaving her, threw himself on his knees before her, and taking her hand, which he tenderly pressed to his lips, "Good God, my dearest cousin," said he, "how you distract me by this behaviour! Sure something extraordinary must be the matter. What can it be that thus afflicts you? Am I the cause of these tears? Can I have offended you so much? Speak, dear madam, let me know my crime, yet may I perish if I am conscious of any towards you."
"Disloyal man," said Arabella, disengaging her hand from his, "does then the crime of Ariamenes seem so light in thy apprehension that thou canst hope to be thought innocent by Arabella? No, no, ungrateful man, the unfortunate Cynetia shall have no cause to say that I will triumph in her spoils. I myself will be the minister of her revenge, and Glanville shall suffer for the crime of Ariamenes."
"Who the devil is this Ariamenes?" cried Glanville, rising in a passion, "and why am I to suffer for his crime, pray? For heaven's sake, dear cousin, don't let your imagination wander thus. Upon my soul, I don't believe there is any such person as Ariamenes in the world."
"Vile equivocator," said Arabella, "Ariamenes, though dead to Cynetia, is alive to the deluded Arabella. The crimes of Ariamenes are the guilt of Glanville, and if the one has made himself unworthy of the Princess of Gaul by his perfidy and ingratitude, the other by his baseness and deceit merits nothing but contempt and detestation from Arabella."
"Frenzy, by my soul!" cried Glanville, mutteringly between his teeth. "This is downright frenzy. What shall I do?"
"Hence from my presence," resumed Arabella, "false and ungrateful man. Persecute me no more with the hateful offers of thy love. From this moment I banish thee from my thoughts for ever, and neither as Glanville or as Ariamenes will I ever behold thee more."
"Stay, dear cousin," said Glanville, holding her, for she was endeavouring to rush by him, unwilling he should see the tears that had overspread her face as she pronounced those words. "Hear me, I beg you, but one word. Who is it you mean by Ariamenes? Is it me? Tell me, madam, I beseech you. This is some horrid mistake. You have been imposed upon by some villainous artifice. Speak, dear Lady Bella, is it me you mean by Ariamenes? For so your last words seem to hint." Arabella, without regarding what he said, struggled violently to force her hand from his, and finding him still earnest to detain her, told him with an enraged voice that she would call for help if he did not unhand her directly. Poor Glanville, at this menace, submissively dropped her hand, and the moment she was free, she flew out of the room, and locking herself up in her closet, sent her commands to him by one of her women, whom she called to her, to leave her apartment immediately. End of Book 9, Chapter 6. Book 9, Chapter 7 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is the Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox. Book 9, Chapter 7, containing indeed no great matters, but being a prelude to greater. Mr. Glanville, who stood fixed like a statue in the place where Arabella had left him, was roused by this message, which though palliated a little by the girl that delivered it, who was not quite so punctual as Lucy, nevertheless filled him with extreme confusion. He obeyed, however, immediately, and retiring to his own apartment, endeavoured to recall to his memory all Lady Bella had said. The ambiguity of her style, which had led him into a suspicion he had never entertained before, her last words had partly explained, if, as he understood she did, she meant him by Ariamenes. Taking this for granted, he easily conceived some plot grounded on her romantic notions had been laid, to prepossess her against him. Sir George's behaviour to her rushed that moment into his thoughts. He instantly recollected all his fooleries, his history, his letter, his conversation, all apparently copied from those books she was so fond of, and probably done with a view to some other design upon her. These reflections, joined to his new awaked suspicions that he was in love with her, convinced him he was the author of their present misunderstanding, and that he had imposed some new fallacy upon Arabella, in order to promote a quarrel between them. Fired almost to madness at this thought, he stamped about his room, vowing revenge upon Sir George, execrating romances, and cursing his own stupidity for not discovering Sir George was his rival, and knowing his plotting talent, not providing against his artifices. His first resolutions were to set out immediately for Sir George's seat, and force him to confess the part he had acted against him, but a moment's consideration convinced him that was not the most probable place to find him in, since it was much more likely he was waiting the success of his schemes in London, or perhaps at Richmond. Next to satiating his vengeance, the pleasure of detecting him in such a manner that he could not possibly deny or palliate his guilt was next his heart. He resolved, therefore, to give it out, that he was gone to London, to make Lady Bella believe it was in obedience to her commands that he had left her, with the purpose not to return till he had cleared his innocence, but in reality to conceal himself in his own apartment, and see what effects his reputed absence would produce. Having thus taken his resolution, he sent for Mr. Roberts, his father's steward, to whose care he had entrusted Lady Bella in her retirement, and acquainting him with part of his apprehensions with regard to Sir George's attempts upon his cousin, he imparted to him his design of staying concealed there, in order to discover more effectually those attempts, and to preserve Lady Bella from any consequence of them. Mr. Roberts approved of his design, and assured him of his vigilance and care, both in concealing his stay and also in giving him notice of everything that passed. Mr. Glanville then wrote a short billet to Arabella, expressing his grief for her displeasure, his departure in obedience to her orders, and his resolution not to appear in her presence, till he could give her convincing proofs of his innocence. This letter he sent by Roberts, which Arabella condescended to read, but would return no answer. Mr. Glanville then mounting his horse, which Roberts had ordered to be got ready, rode away, and leaving him at a house he sometimes put up at, returned on foot, and was let in by Mr. Roberts at the garden door, and conducted unseen to his chamber. While he passed that night and great part of the next day, meditating on the treachery of Sir George, and soothing his uneasiness with the hopes of revenge, Arabella, no less disquieted, mused on the infidelity of her lover, the despair of Cynetia, and the impossibility of her ever being happy. Then ransacking her memory for instances in her romances of ladies equally unfortunate with herself, she would sometimes compare herself to one lady, sometimes to another, adapting their sentiments, and making use of their language in her complaints. Great part of the day being spent in this manner, the uneasy restlessness of her mind made her wish to see Cynetia again. She longed to ask her 100 questions about the unfaithful Ariamenes, which the suddenness of her departure and her own astonishment prevented her from doing, when she made that fatal discovery which had cost her so much uneasiness. Sometimes a faint hope would arise in her mind that Cynetia might be mistaken, through the great resemblance that possibly was between Ariamenes and Glanville. She remembered that Mandana had been deceived by the likeness of Cyrus to Spitridates, and concluded that illustrious prince inconstant, because Spitridates, whom she took for Cyrus, saw her carried away without offering to rescue her. Dwelling with eagerness upon this thought, because it afforded her a temporary relief from others more tormenting, she resolved to go to the park, though she had but little hopes of finding Cynetia there, supposing it but too probable that the disturbance which the sight or fancied sight of Ariamenes had given her would confine her for some days to her chamber. Yet however small the probability was of meeting with her, she could not resist the impatient desire she felt of going to seek her. Dispensing therefore with the attendance of any other servant but Lucy, she left her apartment, with the design of resuming her usual walk, when she was met at her stepping out of the door by Lady L.'s 3 daughters, who had visited her during her residence at Richmond, and another young lady. These ladies, who to vary the scene of their rural diversions were going to cross over to Twickenham and walk there, pressed Lady Bella to accompany them. Our melancholy heroine refused them at first, but upon their repeated importunity, recollecting that the Princess of Gaul had informed her she resided there, she consented to go, in hopes some favourable chance might bring her in their way, or discover the place of her retreat, when she could easily find some excuse for leaving her companions and going to her. Mr. Roberts, who, according to his instructions, narrowly watched Arabella's motions, finding she did not command his attendance as usual, resolved however to be privately of this party. He had but just time to run up and acquaint Mr. Glanville, and then followed the ladies at a distance, who, taking boat, passed over to Twickenham, which he also did as soon as he saw them landed. End of Book 9, Chapter 7. Book 9, Chapter 8 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox. Book 9, Chapter 8, which acquaints the reader with 2 very extraordinary accidents. Mr. Glanville, who did not doubt but Roberts would bring him some intelligence, sat waiting with anxious impatience for his return. The evening drew on apace, he numbered the hours, and began to grow uneasy at Arabella's long stay. His chamber window looking into the garden, he thought he saw his cousin, covered with her veil as usual, hasten down one of the walks. His heart leapt at this transient view. He threw up the sash, and, looking out, saw her very plainly strike into a crosswalk, and a moment after saw Sir George, who came out of a little summer-house at her feet. Transported with rage at this sight, he snatched up his sword, flew down the stairs into the garden, and came running like a madman up the walk in which the lovers were. The lady observing him first, for Sir George's back was towards him, shrieked aloud, and not knowing what she did, ran towards the house, crying for help, and came back as fast, yet not time enough to prevent mischief, for Mr. Glanville, actuated by an irresistible fury, cried out to Sir George to defend himself, who had but just time to draw his sword and make an ineffectual pass at Mr. Glanville when he received his into his body and fell to the ground. Mr. Glanville, losing his resentment insensibly at the sight of his rival's blood, threw down his sword and endeavoured to support him, while the lady, who had lost her veil in her running, and to the great astonishment of Mr. Glanville proved to be his sister, came up to them with tears and exclamations, blaming herself for all that had happened. Mr. Glanville, with a heart throbbing with remorse for what he had done, gazed on his sister with an accusing look as she hung over the wounded baronet with streaming eyes, sometimes wringing her hands, then clasping them together in an agony of grief. Sir George having strength enough left to observe her disorder, and the generous concerns of Glanville, who, holding him in his arms, entreated his sister to send for proper assistance. "Dear Charles," said he, "you are too kind. I have used you very ill. I have deserved my death from your hand. You know not what I have been base enough to practise against you. If I can but live to clear your innocence to Lady Bella, and free you from the consequences of this action, I shall die satisfied." His strength failing him at these words, he fainted away in Mr. Glanville's arms, who, though now convinced of his treachery, was extremely shocked at the condition he saw him in. Miss Glanville renewing her tears and exclamations at this sight, he was obliged to lay Sir George gently upon the ground, and ran to find out somebody to send for a surgeon, and to help him to convey him into the house. In his way he was met by Mr. Roberts, who was coming to seek him, and with a look of terror and confusion told him Lady Bella was brought home extremely ill, that her life had been in danger, and that she was but just recovered from a terrible fainting fit. Mr. Glanville, though greatly alarmed at this news, forgot not to take all possible care of Sir George, directing Roberts to get some person to carry him into the house, and giving him orders to procure proper assistance, flew to Lady Bella's apartment. Her women had just put her to bed, raving as in a strong delirium. Mr. Glanville approached her, and finding she was in a violent fever, dispatched a man and horse immediately to town to get physicians and to acquaint his father with what had happened. Mr. Roberts, upon the surgeon's report that Sir George was not mortally wounded, came to inform him of this good news, but he found him incapable of listening to him, and in agonies not to be expressed. 'Twas with difficulty they forced him out of Arabella's chamber into his own, where throwing himself upon his bed, he refused to see or speak to anybody, till he was told Sir Charles and the physicians were arrived. He then ran eagerly to hear their opinions of his beloved cousin, which he soon discovered by their significant gestures and half-pronounced words to be very bad. They comforted him, however, with hopes that she might recover, and insisting upon her being kept very quiet, obliged him to quit the room. While all the necessary methods were taken to abate the violence of the disease, Sir Charles, who had been informed by his steward of his son's duel with Sir George, was amazed to the last degree at two such terrible accidents. Having seen his son to his chamber, and recommended him to be patient and composed, he went to visit the young baronet, and was not a little surprised to find his daughter sitting at his bed's head, with all the appearance of a violent affliction. Indeed, Miss Glanville's cares were so wholly engrossed by Sir George's, that she hardly ever thought of her cousin Arabella, and had just stepped into her chamber while the surgeons were dressing Sir George's wound, and renewed her attendance upon him as soon as that was over. Miss Glanville, however, thought proper to make some trifling excuses to her father for her solicitude about Sir George, and the young baronet, on whom the fear of death produced its usual effects, and made him extremely concerned for the errors of his past life, and very desirous of atoning for them if possible, assured Sir Charles that if he lived he would offer himself to his acceptance for a son-in-law, declaring that he had basely trifled with the esteem of his daughter, but that she had wholly subdued him to herself by her forgiving tenderness. Sir Charles was very desirous of knowing the occasion of his quarrel with his son, but Sir George was too weak to hold any further conversation, upon which Sir Charles, after a short visit, retired, taking Miss Glanville along with him, that the reader, whose imagination is no doubt upon the stretch to conceive the meaning of these two extraordinary incidents, may be left no longer in suspense, we think proper to explain them both in the following chapter, that we may in the next pursue our history without interruption. End of Book 9, Chapter 8. Book 9, Chapter 9 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox. Book 9, Chapter 9, which will be found to contain information absolutely necessary for the right understanding of this history. Our fair and afflicted heroine, accompanied by the ladies we have mentioned, having crossed the river, pursued their walk upon its winding banks, entertaining themselves with the usual topics of conversation among young ladies, such as their winnings and losings at brag, the prices of silks, the newest fashions, the best hair-cutter, the scandal at the last assembly, etc. Arabella was so disgusted with this, as she thought, insipid discourse, which gave no relief to the anxiety of her mind, but added a kind of fretfulness and impatience to her grief, that she resolved to quit them, and, with Lucy, go in quest of the princess of Gaul's retreat. The ladies, however, insisted upon her not leaving them, and her excuse that she was going in search of an unfortunate unknown, for whom she had vowed a friendship, made them all immediately resolve to accompany her, extremely diverted with the oddity of the design, and sacrificing her to their mirth by sly leers, whispers, stifled laughs, and 1,000 little sprightly sallies, which the disconsolate Arabella took no notice of, so deeply were her thoughts engaged. Though she knew not which way to direct her steps, yet concluding the melancholy Cynetia would certainly choose some very solitary place for her residence, she rambled about among the least frequented paths, followed by the young ladies, who ardently desired to see this unfortunate unknown, though at Arabella's earnest request they promised not to show themselves to the lady, who, she informed them, for very urgent reasons, was obliged to keep herself concealed. Fatiguing as this ramble was to the delicate spirits of Arabella's companions, they were enabled to support it by the diversion her behaviour afforded them. Every peasant she met, she inquired if a beautiful lady, disguised, did not dwell somewhere thereabout. To some she gave a description of her person, to others an account of the domestics that were with her, not forgetting her dress, her melancholy, and the great care she took to keep herself concealed. These strange inquiries, with the strange language in which they were made, not a little surprised the good people to whom she addressed herself, yet moved to respect by the majestic loveliness of her person, they answered her in the negative, without any mixture of scoff and impertinence.
"How unfavourable is chance," said Arabella, fretting at the disappointment, "to persons who have any reliance upon it! This lady that I have been in search of so long without success, may probably be found by others who do not seek her, whose presence she may wish to avoid, yet not be able."
The young ladies, finding it grew late, expressed their apprehensions at being without any attendance, and desired Arabella to give over her search for that day. Arabella, at this hint of danger, inquired very earnestly if they apprehended any attempts to carry them away, and without staying for an answer, urged them to walk home as fast as possible, apologizing for the danger into which she had so indiscreetly drawn both them and herself, yet added her hopes that if any attempt should be made upon their liberty, some generous cavalier would pass by who would rescue them, a thing so common that they had no reason to despair of it. Arabella, construing the silence with which her companions heard these assurances into a doubt of their being so favoured by fortune, proceeded to inform them of several instances wherein ladies met with unexpected relief and deliverance from ravishers. She mentioned particularly the rescue of Statira by her own brother, whom she imagined for many years dead, that of the Princess Berenice by an absolute stranger, and many others, whose names, characters, and adventures she occasionally run over, all which the young ladies heard with inconceivable astonishment, and the detail had such an effect upon Arabella's imagination, bewildered as it was in the follies of romance, that, spying 3 or 4 horsemen riding along the road towards them, she immediately concluded they would all be seized and carried off. Possessed with this belief, she uttered a loud cry, and flew to the water side, which alarming the ladies, who could not imagine what was the matter, they ran after her as fast as possible. Arabella stopped when she came to the waterside, and looking round about, and not perceiving any boat to waft them over to Richmond, a thought suddenly darted into her mind, worthy those ingenious books which gave it birth. Turning therefore to the ladies, who all at once were inquiring the cause of her fright, "'Tis now, my fair companions," said she, with a solemn accent, "that the destinies have furnished you with an opportunity of displaying in a manner truly heroic the sublimity of your virtue, and the grandeur of your courage to the world. The action we have it in our power to perform will immortalize our fame, and raise us to a pitch of glory equal to that of the renowned Clelia herself. Like her we may expect statues erected to our honor, like her be proposed as patterns to heroines in ensuing ages, and like her, perhaps, meet with sceptres and crowns for our reward. What that beauteous Roman lady performed to preserve herself from violation by the impious Sextus, let us imitate to avoid the violence our intended ravishers yonder come to offer us. Fortune, which has thrown us into this exigence, presents us the means of gloriously escaping, and the admiration and esteem of all ages to come will be the recompense of our noble daring. Once more, my fair companions, if your honor be dear to you, if an immortal glory be worth your seeking, follow the example I shall set you, and equal with me the Roman Clelia." Saying this, she plunged into the Thames, intending to swim over it as Clelia did the Tiber. The young ladies, who had listened with silent astonishment at the long speech she had made them, the purport of which not one of them understood, screamed out aloud at this horrid spectacle, and wringing their hands, ran backwards and forwards like distracted persons, crying for help. Lucy tore her hair, and was in the utmost agony of grief, when Mr. Roberts, who, as we have said before, kept them always in sight, having observed Arabella running towards the waterside, followed them as fast as he could, and came time enough to see her frantic action. Jumping into the river immediately after her, he caught hold of her gown, and drew her after him to the shore. A boat that instant appearing, he put her into it, senseless, and to all appearance dead. He and Lucy supporting her, they were wafted over in a few moments to the other side. Her house being near the river, Mr. Roberts carried her in his arms to it, and as soon as he saw her show signs of returning life, left her to the care of the women, who made haste to put her into a warm bed, and ran to find out Mr. Glanville, as we have related. There remains now only to account for Sir George and Miss Glanville's sudden appearance, which happened, gentle reader, exactly as follows. Miss Glanville having set out pretty late in the afternoon, with the design of staying all night at Richmond, as her chaise drove up Kew Lane, saw one of her cousin's women, Deborah by name, talking to a gentleman, whom, notwithstanding the disguise of a horseman's coat, and a hat slouched over his face, she knew to be Sir George Belmore. This sight alarming her jealousy, and renewing all her former suspicions that her cousin's charms rivalled hers in his heart, as soon as she alighted, finding Arabella was not at home, she retired in great anguish of mind to her chamber, revolving in her mind every particular of Sir George's behaviour to her cousin in the country, and finding new cause for suspicion in everything she recollected, and reflecting upon the disguise in which she saw him, and his conference with her woman, she concluded herself had all along been the dupe of his artifice, and her cousin the real object of his love. This thought throwing her into an extremity of rage, all her tenderest emotions were lost in the desire of revenge. She imagined to herself so much pleasure from exposing his treachery, and putting it out of his power to deny it, that she resolved, whatever it cost her, to have that satisfaction. Supposing therefore Deborah was now returned, she rung her bell, and commanded her attendance on her in her chamber. The stern brow with which she received her frightened the girl, conscious of her guilt, into a disposition to confess all, even before she was taxed with anything. Miss Glanville saw her terror, and endeavoured to heighten it by entering at once into complaints and exclamations against her, threatening to acquaint her father with her plots to betray her lady, and assuring her of a very severe punishment for her treachery. The girl, terrified extremely at these menaces, begged Miss Glanville, with tears, to forgive her, and not to acquaint Sir Charles or her lady with her fault, adding that she would confess all, and never, while she lived, do such a thing again. Miss Glanville would make her no promises, but urged her to confess. Upon which Deborah, sobbing, owned that for the sake of the presents Sir George had made her, she consented to meet him privately from time to time, and give him an account of everything that passed with regard to her lady, not thinking there was any harm in it. That according to his desires she had constantly acquainted him with all her lady's motions, when and where she went, how she and Mr. Glanville agreed, and 100 other things which he inquired about. That day, in particular, he had entreated her to procure him the means of an interview with her lady, if possible, and understanding Mr. Glanville was not at Richmond, she had let him privately into the garden, where she hoped to prevail upon her lady to go.
"What!" said Miss Glanville, surprised. "Is Sir George waiting for my cousin in the garden, then?" "Yes, indeed, madam," said Deborah, "but I'll go and tell him to wait no longer, and never speak to him again, if your ladyship will be but pleased to forgive me." Miss Glanville having taken her resolution, not only promised Deborah her pardon, but also a reward, provided she would contrive it so that she might meet Sir George instead of her cousin. The girl, having the true chambermaid spirit of intrigue in her, immediately proposed her putting on one of her lady's veils, which as it was now the close of the evening, would disguise her sufficiently, to which Miss Glanville, transported with the thoughts of thus having an opportunity of convincing Sir George of his perfidy, and reproaching him for it, consented, and bid her bring it without being observed into her chamber. Deborah informing her that Sir George was concealed in the summer-house, as soon as she had equipped herself with Arabella's veil, she went into the walk that led to it, and Sir George, believing her to be that lady, hastened to throw himself at her feet, and had scarce got through half a speech he had studied for his present purpose, when Mr. Glanville gave a fatal interruption to his heroics, in the manner we have already related. End of Book 9, Chapter 9. Book 9, Chapter 10 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox. Book 9, Chapter 10. A short chapter indeed, but full of matter. Richmond was now a scene of the utmost confusion and distress. Arabella's fever was risen to such a height that she was given over by the physicians, and Sir George's wounds, though not judged mortal at first, yet by the great effusion of blood had left him in so weak a condition that he was thought to be in great danger. Sir Charles, almost distracted with the fears of the consequences of Sir George's death, entreated his son to quit the kingdom, but Mr. Glanville protesting he would rather die than leave Arabella in that illness, he was obliged to give bail for his appearance, in case Sir George died, this affair, notwithstanding all endeavours to prevent it, having made a great noise. Poor Sir Charles, oppressed as he was with the weight of all these calamities, was yet obliged to labour incessantly to keep up the spirits of his son and daughter. The settled despair of the one, and the silent swelling grief of the other, cut him to the heart. He omitted no arguments his paternal affection suggested to him, to moderate their affliction. Mr. Glanville often endeavoured to assume a composure he was very far from feeling, in order to satisfy his father, but Miss Glanville, looking upon herself to be the cause of Sir George's misfortune, declared she should be miserable all her life if he died. Arabella, in her lucid intervals, being sensible of her danger, prepared for death with great piety and constancy of mind, having solemnly assured Mr. Glanville of her forgiveness, who would not at that time enter into an explanation of the affair which had given her offence for fear of perplexing her. She permitted his presence often in her chamber, and desired with great earnestness the assistance of some worthy divine in her preparations for death. The pious and learned Dr. —, at Sir Charles' intimation of his niece's desire, came constantly twice a day to attend her. Her fever, by a favourable crisis, and the great skill of her physicians, left her in a fortnight, but this violent distemper had made such a ravage in her delicate constitution, and reduced her so low that there seemed very little probability of her recovery. Dr. —, in whom her unfeigned piety, her uncommon firmness of mind, had created a great esteem and tenderness for her, took all opportunities of comforting, exhorting, and praying by her. The occasion of her illness being the subject of everybody's conversation at Richmond,
he gently hinted it to her, and urged her to explain her reasons for so extravagant an action. In the divine frame Arabella was then in, this action appeared to her rash and vainglorious, and she acknowledged it to be so to her pious monitor. Yet she related the motives which induced her to it, the danger which she was in of being carried away, the parity of her circumstances then with Clelia, and her emulous desire of doing as much to preserve her honour as that renowned Roman lady did for hers. The good doctor was extremely surprised at this discourse. He was beginning to think her again delirious, but Arabella added to this account such sensible reasoning on the nature of that fondness for fame which prompted her to so rash an undertaking, that the doctor left her in strange embarrassment, not knowing how to account for a mind at once so enlightened and so ridiculous. Mr. Glanville meeting him as he came out of her chamber, the doctor took this opportunity to acknowledge the difficulties Arabella's inconsistent discourse had thrown him into. Mr. Glanville taking him into his own apartment, explained the nature of that seeming inconsistency, and expatiated at large upon the disorders romances had occasioned in her imagination, several instances of which he recounted, and filled the doctor with the greatest astonishment and concern. He lamented pathetically the ruin such a ridiculous study had brought on so noble a mind, and assured Mr. Glanville he would spare no endeavours to rescue it from so shocking a delusion. Mr. Glanville thanked him for his good design, with a transport which his fears of his cousin's danger almost mingled with tears, and the doctor and he agreed to expect for some few days longer an alteration for the better in the health of her body, before he attempted the cure of her mind. Mr. Glanville's extreme anxiety had made him in appearance neglect the repentant Sir George, contenting himself with constantly sending twice a day to inquire after his health, but had not yet visited him. No sooner had the physicians declared that Arabella was no longer in danger, than his mind being freed from that tormenting load of suspense under which it had laboured while her recovery was yet doubtful, he went to Sir George's chamber, who by reason of his weakness, though he was also upon the recovery, still kept his bed. Sir George, though he ardently wished to see him, yet conscious of the injuries he had both done and designed him, could not receive his visit without extreme confusion. But entering into the cause of their quarrel, as soon as he was able to speak, he freely acknowledged his fault, and all the steps he had taken to supplant him in Arabella's affection. Mr. Glanville understanding by this means that he had bribed a young actress to personate a princess forsaken by him, and had taught her all that heap of absurdity with which she had imposed upon Arabella, as has been related, desired only by way of reparation, that when his cousin was in a condition to be spoken to upon that subject, he would condescend to own the fraud to her, which Sir George faithfully promising, an act of oblivion passed on Mr. Glanville's side for all former injuries, and a solemn assurance from Sir George of inviolable friendship for the future. An assurance, however, which Mr. Glanville would willingly have dispensed with, for though not of a vindictive temper, it was one of his maxims, that a man who had once betrayed him, it would be an error in policy ever to trust again. End of Book 9, Chapter 10. Book 9, Chapter 11 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox. Book 9, Chapter 11. Being, in the author's opinion, the best chapter in this history. The good divine, who had the cure of Arabella's mind greatly at heart, no sooner perceived that the health of her body was almost restored, and that he might talk to her without the fear of any inconvenience, than he introduced the subject of her throwing herself into the river, which he had before lightly touched upon, and still declared himself dissatisfied with. Arabella, now more disposed to defend this point than when languishing under the pressure of pain and dejection of mind, endeavoured by arguments founded upon romantic heroism to prove that it was not only reasonable and just, but also great and glorious, and exactly conformable to the rules of heroic virtue. The doctor listened to her with a mixed emotion, between pity, reverence, and amazement. and though in the performance of his office he had been accustomed to accommodate his notions to every understanding, and had therefore accumulated a great variety of topics and illustrations, yet he found himself now engaged in a controversy for which he was not so well prepared as he imagined, and was at a loss for some leading principle by which he might introduce his reasonings and begin his confutation. Though he saw much to praise in her discourse, he was afraid of confirming her obstinacy by commendation, and though he also found much to blame, he dreaded to give pain to a delicacy he revered. Perceiving, however, that Arabella was silent, as if expecting his reply, he resolved not to bring upon himself the guilt of abandoning her to her mistake, and the necessity of speaking forced him to find something to say. "Though it is not easy, madam," said he, "for any one that has the honour of conversing with your ladyship to preserve his attention free to any other idea than such as your discourse tends immediately to impress, yet I have not been able, while you were speaking, to refrain from some very mortifying reflections on the imperfection of all human happiness, and the uncertain consequences of all those advantages which we think ourselves not only at liberty to desire, but obligated to cultivate."
"Though I have known some dangers and distresses," replied Arabella gravely, "yet I did not imagine myself a mirror of calamity as could not be seen without concern. If my life has not been eminently fortunate, it has yet escaped the great evils of persecution, captivity, shipwrecks, and dangers to which many ladies far more illustrious, both by birth and merit, than myself, have been exposed. And indeed, though I have sometimes raised envy, or possibly incurred hatred, yet I have no reason to believe I was ever beheld with pity before."
The doctor saw he had not introduced his discourse in the most acceptable manner, but it was too late to repent. "Let me not, madam," said he, "be censured before I have fully explained my sentiments. That you have been envied I can readily believe. For who that gives way to natural passions has not reason to envy the Lady Arabella? But that you have been hated I am indeed less willing to think, though I know how easily the greater part of mankind hate those by whom they are excelled."
"If the misery of my condition," replied Arabella, "has been able to excite that melancholy your first words seem to imply, flattery will contribute very little towards the improvement of it, nor do I expect from the severity of the sacerdotal character any of those praises which I hear perhaps with too much pleasure from the rest of the world. Having been so lately on the brink of that state in which all distinctions but that of goodness are destroyed, I have not recovered so much levity but that I would yet rather hear instructions than compliments. If therefore you have observed in me any dangerous tenets, corrupt passions, or criminal desires, I conjure you discover me to myself. Let no false civility restrain your admonitions. Let me know this evil which can strike a good man with horror, and which I dread the more, as I do not feel it. I cannot suppose that a man of your order would be alarmed at any other misery than guilt, nor will I think so meanly of him whose direction I have entreated, as to imagine he can think virtue unhappy, however overwhelmed by disasters or oppression. Keep me therefore no longer in suspense. I expect you will exert the authority of your function, and I promise you, on my part, sincerity and submission."
The good man was now completely embarrassed. He saw his meaning mistaken, but was afraid to explain it, lest he should seem to pay court by a cowardly retraction. He therefore paused a little, and Arabella supposed he was studying for such expressions as might convey censure without offence.
"Sir," said she, "if you are not yet satisfied of my willingness to hear your reproofs, let me evince my docility by entreating you to consider yourself as dispensed from all ceremony upon this occasion."
"Your imaginations, madam," replied the doctor, "are too quick for language. You conjecture too soon what you do not wait to hear, and reason upon suppositions which cannot be allowed you. When I mentioned my reflections upon human misery, I was far from concluding your ladyship miserable compared with the rest of mankind, and though contemplating the abstracted idea of possible felicity, I thought that even you might be produced as an instance that is not attainable in this world. I did not impute the imperfection of your state to wickedness, but intended to observe, that though even virtue be added to external advantages, there will yet be something wanting to happiness. Whoever sees you, madam, will immediately say, that nothing can hinder you from being the happiest of mortals, but want of power to understand your own advantages. And whoever is admitted to your conversation will be convinced that you enjoy all that intellectual excellence can confer. Yet I see you harassed with innumerable terrors and perplexities, which never disturb the peace of poverty or ignorance.
I cannot discover, said Arabella, how poverty or ignorance can be privileged from casualty or violence, from the ravisher, the robber, or the enemy. I should hope rather that if wealth and knowledge can give nothing else, they at least confer judgment to foresee danger and power to oppose it.
They are not indeed, returned the doctor, secured against real misfortunes, but they are happily defended from wild imaginations. They do not suspect what cannot happen, nor figure ravishers at a distance, and leap into rivers to escape them.
Do you suppose, then, said Arabella, that I was frighted without cause?
It is certain, madam, replied he, that no injury was intended you.
Disingenuity, sir, said Arabella, does not become a clergyman. I think too well of your understanding to imagine your fallacy deceives yourself. Why then should you hope that it will deceive me? The laws of conference require that the terms of the question and answer be the same. I ask, if I had not cause to be frighted? Why then am I answered that no injury was intended? Human beings cannot penetrate intentions, nor regulate their conduct but by exterior appearances. And surely there was sufficient appearance of intended injury, and that the greatest which my sex can suffer.
Why, madam, said the doctor, should you still persist in so wild an assertion?
A coarse epithet, said Arabella, is no confutation. It rests upon you to show, that in giving way to my fears, even supposing them groundless, I departed from the character of a reasonable person.
I am afraid, replied the doctor, of a dispute with your ladyship, not because I think myself in danger of defeat, but because, being accustomed to speak to scholars with scholastic ruggedness, I may perhaps depart in the heat of argument from that respect to which you have so great a right, and give offence to a person I am really afraid to displease. But if you will promise to excuse my ardour, I will endeavour to prove that you have been frighted without reason.
I should be content, replied Arabella, to obtain truth upon harder terms, and therefore entreat you to begin.
The apprehension of any future evil, madam, said the divine, which is called terror, when the danger is from natural causes, and suspicion when it proceeds from a moral agent, must always arise from comparison. We can judge of the future only by the past, and have therefore only reason to fear or suspect when we see the same causes in motion which have formerly produced mischief, or the same measures taken as have before been preparatory to a crime. Thus, when the sailor in certain latitudes sees the clouds rise, experience bids him expect a storm. When any monarch levies armies, his neighbours prepare to repel an invasion. This power of prognostication may, by reading and conversation, be extended beyond our own knowledge, and the great use of books is that of participating without labour or hazard the experience of others. But upon this principle how can you find any reason for your late fright? Has it ever been known that a lady of your rank was attacked with such intentions, in a place so public, without any preparations made by the violator for defence or escape? Can it be imagined that any man would so rashly expose himself to infamy by failure, and to the gibbet by success? Does there in the records of the world appear a single instance of such hopeless villainy?
It is now time, sir, said Arabella, to answer your questions, before they are too many to be remembered. The dignity of my birth can very little defend me against an insult to which the heiresses of great and powerful empires, the daughters of valiant princes, and the wives of renowned monarchs, have been 1,000 times exposed. The danger which you think so great would hardly repel a determined mind, for in effect, who would have attempted my rescue, seeing that no knight or valiant cavalier was within view? What then should have hindered him from placing me in a chariot, driving it into the pathless desert, and immuring me in a castle among woods and mountains, or hiding me perhaps in the caverns of a rock, or confining me in some island of an immense lake?
From all this, madam, interrupted the clergyman, he is hindered by impossibility. He cannot carry you to any of these dreadful places, because there is no such castle, desert, cavern, or lake.
You will pardon me, sir, said Arabella, If I recur to your own principles, you allow that experience may be gained by books, and certainly there is no part of knowledge in which we are obliged to trust them more than in descriptive geography. The most restless activity in the longest life can survey but a small part of the habitable globe, and the rest can only be known from the report of others. Universal negatives are seldom safe, and are least to be allowed when the disputes are about objects of sense, where one position cannot be inferred from another. That there is a castle, any man who has seen it may safely affirm, but you cannot with equal reason maintain that there is no castle because you have not seen it. Why should I imagine that the face of the earth is altered since the time of those heroines who experienced so many changes of uncouth captivity? Castles indeed are the works of art, and they are therefore subject to decay, but lakes and caverns and deserts must always remain. And why, since you call for instances, should I not dread the misfortunes which happened to the divine Clelia, who was carried to one of the isles of the Thrasymenian lake? Or those which befell the beautiful Candace, queen of Ethiopia, whom the pirate Zenodorus wandered with on the seas? Or the accidents which embittered the life of the incomparable Cleopatra? Or the persecutions which made that of the fair Elisa miserable? Or, in fine, the various distresses of many other fair and virtuous princesses, such as those which happened to Olympia, Delamira, Perisatis, Berenice, Amalagantha, Agione, Albicinda, Placidia, Arsinoe, Deidamia, and 1,000 others I could mention.
To the names of many of these illustrious sufferers I am an absolute stranger, replied the doctor. The rest I faintly remember some mention of in those contemptible volumes with which children are sometimes injudiciously suffered to amuse their imaginations, but which I little expected to hear quoted by your ladyship in a serious discourse. And though I am very far from catching occasions of resentment, yet I think myself at liberty to observe, that if I merited your censure for one indelicate epithet, we have engaged on very unequal terms, if I may not likewise complain of such contemptuous ridicule as you are pleased to exercise upon my opinions by opposing them with the authority of scribblers, not only of fictions, but of senseless fictions, which at once vitiate the mind and pervert the understanding, and which, if they are at any time read with safety, owe their innocence only to their absurdity.
From these books, sir, said Arabella, which you condemn with so much ardour, though you acknowledge yourself little acquainted with them, I have learnt not to recede from the conditions I have granted, and shall not, therefore, censure the license of your language, which glances from the books upon the readers. These books, sir, thus corrupt, thus absurd, thus dangerous alike to the intellect and morals, I have read, and that I hope without injury to my judgment or my virtue.
The doctor, whose vehemence had hindered him from discovering all the consequences of his position, now found himself entangled, and replied in a submissive tone, I confess, madam, my words imply an accusation very remote from my intention. It has always been the rule of my life not to justify any words or actions because they are mine. I am ashamed of my negligence, I am sorry for my warmth, and entreat your ladyship to pardon a fault which I hope never to repeat.
The reparation, sir, said Arabella, smiling, overbalances the offence, and by thus daring to own you have been in the wrong, you have raised in me a much higher esteem for you. Yet I will not pardon you, added she, without enjoining you a penance for the fault you own you have committed, and this penance shall be to prove, first, that these histories you condemn are fictions, next, that they are absurd, and lastly, that they are criminal.
The doctor was pleased to find a reconciliation offered upon so very easy terms, with a person whom he beheld at once with reverence and affection, and could not offend without extreme regret. He therefore answered with a very cheerful composure, To prove those narratives to be fictions, madam, is only difficult because the position is almost too evident for proof. Your ladyship knows, I suppose, to what authors these writings are ascribed.
To the French wits of the last century, said Arabella.
And at what distance, madam, are the facts related in them from the age of the writer?
I was never exact in my computation, replied Arabella, but I think most of the events happened about 2000 years ago.
How then, madam, resumed the doctor, could these events be so minutely known to writers so far remote from the time in which they happened?
"By records, monuments, memoirs, and histories," answered the lady.
"But by what accident, then," said the doctor, smiling, "did it happen these records and monuments were kept universally secret to mankind till the last century? What brought all the memoirs of the remotest nations and earliest ages only to France? Where were they hidden that none could consult them but a few obscure authors? And whither are they now vanished again that they can be found no more?" Arabella, having sat silent a while, told him that she found his questions very difficult to be answered, and that though perhaps the authors themselves could have told whence they borrowed their materials, she should not at present require any other evidence of the first assertion, but allowed him to suppose them fictions, and required now that he should show them to be absurd. "Your ladyship," returned he, "has, I find, too much understanding to struggle against demonstration, and too much veracity to deny your convictions. Therefore some of the arguments by which I intended to show the falsehood of these narratives may now be used to prove their absurdity. You grant them, madam, to be fictions."
"Sir," interrupted Arabella eagerly, "you are again infringing the laws of disputation. You are not to confound a supposition of which I allow you only the present use, with an unlimited and irrevocable concession. I am too well acquainted with my own weakness to conclude an opinion false, merely because I find myself unable to defend it. But I am in haste to hear the proof of the other positions, not only because they may perhaps supply what is deficient in your evidence of the first, but because I think it of more importance to detect corruption than fiction. Though indeed falsehood is a species of corruption, and what falsehood is more hateful than the falsehood of history?"
"Since you have drawn me back, madam, to the first question," returned the doctor, "let me know what arguments your ladyship can produce for the veracity of these books. That there are many objections against it, you yourself have allowed, and the highest moral evidence of falsehood appears when there are many arguments against an assertion, and none for it."
"Sir," replied Arabella, "I shall never think that any narrative, which is not confuted by its own absurdity, is without one argument at least on its side. There is a love of truth in the human mind, if not naturally implanted, so easily obtained from reason and experience, that I should expect it universally to prevail where there is no strong temptation to deceit. We hate to be deceived, we therefore hate those that deceive us. We desire not to be hated, and therefore know that we are not to deceive. Show me an equal motive to falsehood, or confess that every relation has some right to credit."
"This may be allowed, madam," said the doctor, "when we claim to be credited, but that seems not to be the hope or intention of these writers."
"Surely, sir," replied Arabella, "you must mistake their design. He that writes without intention to be credited must write to little purpose, for what pleasure or advantage can arise from facts that never happened? What examples can be afforded by the patience of those who never suffered, or the chastity of those who were never solicited? The great end of history is to show how much human nature can endure or perform. When we hear a story in common life that raises our wonder or compassion, the first confutation stills our emotions, and however we were touched before, we then chase it from the memory with contempt as a trifle, or with indignation as an imposture. Prove, therefore, that the books which I have hitherto read as copies of life and models of conduct are empty fictions, and from this hour I deliver them to moths and mould, and from this time consider their authors as wretches who cheated me of those hours I ought to have dedicated to application and improvement, and betrayed me to a waste of those years in which I might have laid up knowledge for my future life."
"Shakespeare," said the doctor, "calls just resentment the child of integrity, and therefore I do not wonder that what vehemence the gentleness of your ladyship's temper allows should be exerted upon this occasion. Yet though I cannot forgive these authors for having destroyed so much valuable time, yet I cannot think them intentionally culpable, because I cannot believe they expected to be credited. Truth is not always injured by fiction. An admirable writer of our own time has found the way to convey the most solid instructions, the noblest sentiments, and the most exalted piety, in the pleasing dress of a novel, and, to use the words of the greatest genius in the present age, has taught the passions to move at the command of virtue. The fables of Aesop, though never I supposed believed, yet have been long considered as lectures of moral and domestic wisdom. so well adapted to the faculties of man, that they have been received by all civilized nations, and the Arabs themselves have honored his translator with the appellation of Luqman the Wise."
"The fables of Aesop," said Arabella, "are among those of which the absurdity discovers itself, and the truth is comprised in the application. But what can be said of those tales which are told with the solemn air of historical truth, and if false convey no instruction?"
"That they cannot be defended, madam," said the doctor, "it is my purpose to prove; and if to evince their falsehood be sufficient to procure their banishment from your ladyship's closet, their day of grace is near an end. How is any oral or written testimony confuted or confirmed? By comparing it, says the lady, with the testimony of others, or with the natural effects and standing evidence of the facts related, and sometimes by comparing it with itself. If then your ladyship will abide by this last," returned he, "and compare these books with ancient histories, you will not only find innumerable names, of which no mention was ever made before, but persons who lived in different ages, engaged as the friends or rivals of each other. You will perceive that your authors have parcelled out the world at discretion, erected palaces and established monarchies wherever the conveniency of their narrative required them, and set kings and queens over imaginary nations. Nor have they considered themselves as invested with less authority over the works of nature than the institutions of men, for they have distributed mountains and deserts, gulfs and rocks, wherever they wanted them, and whenever the course of their story required an expedient, raised a gloomy forest, or overflowed the regions with a rapid stream."
"I suppose," said Arabella, "you have no intention to deceive me, and since, if what you have asserted be true, the cause is undefensible, I shall trouble you no longer to argue on this topic, but desire now to hear why, supposing them fictions, and intended to be received as fictions, you censure them as absurd."
"The only excellence of falsehood," answered he, "is its resemblance to truth. As therefore any narrative is more liable to be confuted by its inconsistency with known facts, it is at a greater distance from the perfection of fiction. For there can be no difficulty in framing a tale, if we are left at liberty to invert all history and nature for our own conveniency. When a crime is to be concealed, it is easy to cover it with an imaginary word. When virtue is to be rewarded, a nation with a new name may, without any expense of invention, raise her to the throne. When Ariosto was told of the magnificence of his palaces, he answered that the cost of poetical architecture was very little, and still less is the cost of building without art, than without materials. But their historical failures may be easily passed over, when we consider their physical or philosophical absurdities. To bring men together from different countries does not shock with every inherent or demonstrable absurdity, and therefore when we read only for amusement, such improprieties may be borne. But who can forbear to throw away the story that gives to one man the strength of thousands, that puts life or death in a smile or frown, that recounts labours and sufferings to which the powers of humanity are utterly unequal, that disfigures the whole appearance of the world, and represents everything in a form different from that which experience has shown? It is the fault of the best fictions that they teach young minds to expect strange adventures and sudden vicissitudes, and therefore encourage them often to trust to chance. A long life may be passed without a single occurrence that can cause much surprise, or produce any unexpected consequence of great importance. The order of the world is so established that all human affairs proceed in a regular method, and very little opportunity is left for sallies or hazards, for assault or rescue, but the brave and the coward, the sprightly and the dull, suffer themselves to be carried alike down the stream of custom." Arabella, who had for some time listened with a wish to interrupt him, now took advantage of a short pause.
"I cannot imagine, sir," said she, "that you intend to deceive me, and therefore I am inclined to believe that you are yourself mistaken, and that your application to learning has hindered you from that acquaintance with the world in which these authors excelled. I have not long conversed in public, yet I have found that life is subject to many accidents. Do you count my late escape for nothing? Is it to be numbered among daily and cursory transactions that a woman flies from a ravisher into a rapid stream?" "You must not, madam," said the doctor,
urge as an argument the fact which is at present the subject of dispute." Arabella, blushing at the absurdity she had been guilty of, and not attempting any subterfuge or excuse, the doctor found himself at liberty to proceed. "You must not imagine, madam," continued he, "that I intend to arrogate any superiority when I observe that your ladyship must suffer me to decide, in some measure authoritatively, whether life is truly described in those books. The likeness of a picture can only be determined by a knowledge of the original. You have yet had little opportunity of knowing the ways of mankind, which cannot be learned but from experience, and of which the highest understanding, and the lowest, must enter the world in equal ignorance. I have lived long in a public character, and have thought it my duty to study those whom I have undertaken to admonish or instruct. I have never been so rich as to affright men into disguise and concealment, nor so poor as to be kept at a distance too great for accurate observation. I therefore presume to tell your ladyship with great confidence that your writers have instituted a world of their own, and that nothing is more different from a human being than heroes or heroines."
"I am afraid, sir," said Arabella, "that the difference is not in favour of the present world."
"That, madam," answered he, "your own penetration will enable you to judge when it shall have made you equally acquainted with both. I have no desire to determine a question, the solution of which gives so little pleasure to purity and benevolence."
"The silence of a man who loves to praise is a censure sufficiently severe," said the lady. "May it never happen that you should be unwilling to mention the name of Arabella. I hope wherever corruption prevails in the world, to live in it with virtue, or, if I find myself too much endangered, to retire from it with innocence. But if you can say so little in commendation of mankind, how will you prove these histories to be vicious, which if they do not describe real life, give us an idea of a better race of beings than now inhabit the world?"
"It is of little importance, madam," replied the doctor, "to decide whether in the real or fictitious life most wickedness is to be found. Books ought to supply an antidote to example, and if we retire to a contemplation of crimes, and continue in our closets to inflame our passions, at what time must we rectify our words, or purify our hearts? The immediate tendency of these books, which your ladyship must allow me to mention with some severity, is to give new fire to the passions of revenge and love, two passions which, even without such powerful auxiliaries, it is one of the severest labours of reason and piety to suppress, and which yet must be suppressed if we hope to be approved in the sight of the only being where approbation can make us happy. I am afraid your ladyship will think me too serious."
"I have already learned too much from you," said Arabella, "to presume to instruct you, yet suffer me to caution you never to dishonour your sacred office by the lowliness of apologies."
"Then let me again observe," resumed he, "that these books soften the heart to love, and harden it to murder. That they teach women to exact vengeance, and men to execute it, teach women to expect not only worship, but the dreadful worship of human sacrifices. Every page of these volumes is filled with such extravagance of praise, and expressions of obedience as one human being ought not to hear from another, or with accounts of battles in which thousands are slaughtered for no other purpose than to gain a smile from the haughty beauty, who fits a calm spectatress of the ruin and desolation, bloodshed and misery incited by herself. It is impossible to read these tales without lessening part of that humanity, which by preserving in us a sense of our alliance with all human nature, keeps us awake to tenderness and sympathy, or without impairing that compassion which is implanted in us as an incentive to acts of kindness. If there be any preserved by natural softness, or early education from learning pride and cruelty, they are yet in danger of being betrayed to the vanity of beauty, and taught the arts of intrigue. Love, madam, is, you know, the sole business of ladies in romances." Arabella's blushes now hindered him from proceeding as he had intended. "I perceive," continued he, "that my arguments begin to be less agreeable to your ladyship's delicacy. I shall therefore insist no longer upon false tenderness of sentiment, but proceed to those outrages of the violent passions which, though not more dangerous, are more generally hateful."
"It is not necessary, sir," interrupted Arabella, "that you strengthen by any new proof a position which, when calmly considered, cannot be denied. My heart yields to the force of truth, and I now wonder how the blaze of enthusiastic bravery could hinder me from remarking with abhorrence the crime of deliberate unnecessary bloodshed. I begin to perceive that I have hitherto at least trifled away my time, and fear that I have already made some approaches to the crime of encouraging violence and revenge.
I hope, madam, said the good man, with horror in his looks, that no life was ever lost by your incitement. Arabella, seeing him thus moved, burst into tears, and could not immediately answer. Is it possible, cried the doctor, that such gentleness and elegance should be stained with blood?
Be not too hasty in your censure, said Arabella, recovering herself. I tremble indeed to think how nearly I have approached the brink of murder, when I thought myself only consulting my own glory. But whatever I suffer, I will never more demand or instigate vengeance, nor consider my punctilios as important enough to be balanced against life.
The doctor confirmed her in her new resolutions, and thinking solitude was necessary to compose her spirits after the fatigue of so long a conversation, he retired to acquaint Mr. Glanville with his success, who in the transport of his joy was almost ready to throw himself at his feet, to thank him for the miracle, as he called it, that he had performed. End of Book 9, Chapter 11. Reading by Jesse Noir.
Book 9, Chapter 12 of The Female Quixote, Volume 2. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox. Book 9, Chapter 12, in which the history is concluded. Mr. Glanville, who fancied to himself the most ravishing delight from conversing with his lovely cousin, now recovered to the free use of all her noble powers of reason, would have paid her a visit that afternoon, had not a moment's reflection convinced him that now was the time, when her mind was labouring under the force of conviction, to introduce the repentant Sir George to her, who, by confessing the ridiculous farce he had invented to deceive her, might restore him to her good opinion, and add to the doctor's solid arguments the poignant sting of ridicule which she would then perceive she had incurred. Sir George being now able to leave his chamber, and Arabella well enough recovered to admit a visit in hers, Mr. Glanville entreated his father to wait on her, and get permission for Sir George to attend her upon a business of some consequence. Sir Charles no sooner mentioned this request than Arabella, after a little hesitation, complied with it. As she had been kept a stranger to all the particulars of Mr. Glanville's quarrels with the young baronet, her thoughts were a little perplexed concerning the occasion of this visit, and her embarrassment was considerably increased by the confusion which she perceived in the countenance of Sir George. It was not without some tokens of a painfully suppressed reluctance that Sir George consented to perform his promise, when Mr. Glanville claimed it. But the disadvantages that would attend his breach of it, dejected and humbled as he now was, presenting themselves in a forcible manner to his imagination, confirmed his wavering resolutions; and since he found himself obliged to be his own accuser, he endeavoured to do it with the best grace he could. Acknowledging therefore to Lady Bella all the artifices her deception by romances had given him encouragement to use upon her, and explaining very explicitly the last with relation to the pretended Princess of Gaul, he submissively asked her pardon for the offence it would now give her, as well as for the trouble it had formerly. Arabella, struck with inconceivable confusion, having only bowed her head to his apology, desired to be left alone, and continued to hear 2 hours afterwards, wholly absorbed in the most disagreeable reflections on the absurdity of her past behaviour, and the contempt and ridicule to which she now saw plainly she had exposed herself. The violence of these first emotions having at length subsided, she sent for Sir Charles and Mr. Glanville, and having with a noble ingenuity expatiated upon the follies her vitiated judgment had led her into, she apologized to the first for the frequent causes she had given him of uneasiness, and, turning to Mr. Glanville, whom she beheld with a look of mingled tenderness and modesty, "to give you myself, with all my remaining imperfections, is making you but a poor present in return for the obligations your generous affection has laid me under to you. Yet since I am so happy as to be desired for a partner for life by a man of your sense and honour, I will endeavour to make myself as worthy as I am able of such a favourable distinction." Mr. Glanville kissed the hand she gave him with an emphatic silence, while Sir Charles, in the most obliging manner imaginable, thanked her for the honour she conferred both on himself and son by this alliance. Sir George, entangled in his own artifices, saw himself under a necessity of confirming the promises he had made to Miss Glanville during his fit of penitence, and was accordingly married to that young lady at the same time that Mr. Glanville and Arabella were united. We choose, reader, to express this circumstance, though the same, in different words, as well to avoid repetition, as to intimate that the first mentioned pair were indeed only married in the common acceptation of the world; that is, they were privileged to join fortunes, equipages, titles, and expense, while Mr. Glanville and Arabella were united, as well in these, as in every virtue and laudable affection of the mind. The End. End of Book 9, Chapter 12. End of The Female Quixote, Volume 2, by Charlotte Lennox.